Good evening and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We're here covering a tornado warning that's active in Vermont right now with a little bit of a spin-up tornado threat on the leading edge of some storms out here. You can see that little couplet out there, not looking incredibly threatening, but definitely something that is capable of producing a tornado. So we are kicking things off hot, basically, with a tornado warning. This is going to be a little bit of a later evening setup. We've had quite the wind threat and setup throughout the day today, and now we've still got that tornado and especially wind threat with the second round of initiation. These storms are going to be rolling through the Ohio Valley and all sorts of areas. We got multiple storm chasers in the field tonight. We do have Mikey. We also have Mark and Scott, and then we have Evan and Drew out there as well. We just don't have them. We don't have their feed just yet, but they are going to be out there as well. We're going to have their feed soon. So a lot going on this evening. And we're going to be covering it all. We're also going to be live again tomorrow night. But again, there is a tornado warning active right now in Vermont. This one's going to be for Franklin, Lamoille, and Orleans counties. So if you're in any of those regions out here near areas like Sheldon, east of St. Albans, or St. Albans, north of Jeffersonville and Johnson, west of Lowell, maybe south of Ennisburg Falls. Definitely make sure that if you're in any of those areas that you are getting yourself to shelter immediately, as you do have the risk for a spin-up tornado on the leading edge of this lower precipitation deal out here that is going on just south of Ennisburg Falls. So quite a bit will be going on this evening. We're going to be covering all sorts of different areas, and I don't think I know that we've got a bunch of storm chasers that are going to be live in different areas as well. We have monsoon chasing going on in the middle left of your screen. That's going to be Mark and Scott down there in Arizona. So they are en route to all of that business down there. I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. Looks like we got Pure Insanity, Liam, we got Tim, we got Texas Indoor Baseball. Who else do we got? Let's see. We got Logan in the chat. See, we got Comp Guy out there. Who do we got? We got Juan back in the chat, Kevin in the chat. And I think that's about it. I think I got most everybody. I may have missed somebody, but yeah, it looks like that rotation, that threat has definitely diminished a little bit here, but still could recycle. You'll notice that it is starting to orient itself a little bit more east-westerly here. So instead of that rotation being oriented very parallel like this, it is starting to kink out a little bit more, something like this. So it could wrap up, but those velocities have definitely decreased in their intensity per se, and their magnitude. That's really what I was looking for. They've decreased in magnitude, but still looking at definitely a decent shape in terms of that couplet. My favorite radar app, if you mean on your phone, definitely Radar Scope, I would say. That's just what I've used for years and years, so I'm biased. You know, I've used it ever since I was a kid, but so definitely biased there. Out in North Dakota, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this storm out near Bowman. This is in southwestern North Dakota. This one's going to be tagged for golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds in there as well. All radar indicated here near Bowman and Scranton, just east of Rame. Liam, I appreciate the kind words on our forecast video this morning. By the way, we do have 6 different considerable flash flood warnings in place, mostly in Arizona. All of these are going to be down in the desert Southwest, where we've had a lot of monsoon action down here. You can see all those different considerable flash flood warnings on the map. We've got one down in SoCal, and then we've got a bunch of them out in Arizona, one towards Beaver, Utah as well. So a bunch of different considerable flash flood warnings. That's going to include all sorts of counties down there in Arizona, including Pima, Coconino, Gila, Navajo, and that's it in Arizona. And then Riverside County, California, and Beaver County, Utah. And then we have another flash flood warning in Pima County, Arizona. That's just a standard flash flood warning a little further south in Arizona down here. And then we have finally one other flash flood warning out in Virginia, which is going to span across numerous counties here. It's going to include York, City of Hampton, City of Newport News, and City of Poquoson. And yeah, so of course, our main concern is going to be the tornado warning that is in place in Vermont, where it definitely looks okay here. A little bit of a low precip situation where you've got that rotation on the leading edge of this storm, and it looks like it's more or less really falling apart here. So that's the good news. You can see that there is a little bit of radar interference. You're going to notice this weird line that's coming through. I'm going to draw over the line so you kind of can't see the line here. But when I remove this white line, you're going to see a blue line underneath it. And I'll try to circle it here where you can see there's clearly some ground clutter, some sort of contamination that's blocking the radar beam from properly interpreting the data within this little line here. That one basically angle, that one pulse is getting blocked from the radar unit. And that tornado warning has just been lifted. So tornado warning gone out here in Vermont, but this could definitely see a recycle and eventually become tornadic again. I think it's not very likely, but it is possible. Something that we got to pay at least some attention to. There are other storms crossing out of Canada from southeast of Ottawa, now making their way into upstate New York. So that's going to be areas like Helena and Massena. Hogansburg as well included in that one. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail in there as well. Back into Indiana, that's going to be one of our main areas of concern where we're getting that second round of storms just now starting to initiate. It's these storms that are going to pose the greatest threat for all hazards of severe weather as we roll a little bit later on into the evening, especially that wind threat as we go a little bit later into the evening here tonight. Any cells that can fire off back into Illinois and Indiana and remain discrete are definitely going to pose a little bit of a threat. And I think this is where Mikey Plemons is at right now. See if I can, nope, that's lightning. See if I can turn on locations. I don't know exactly where he is right now. He's somewhere. Brennan Kopic's out there on this storm, which looks pretty healthy. Looks like it's got pretty solid inflow. And yeah, I don't know. There's Mikey. Okay, so Mikey's up in northeastern Indiana. He's going to be catching up to some of these storms. And he's in the top left-hand corner of your screen there. So we will continue to watch his feed, monitor it very closely. Rare footage of Illinois struggling to have severe weather. Yeah, Illinois has been incredibly active this year. Very, very, very active. Last night, Illinois is just exploding too. I mean, that's just been the theme in 2026. If it's in Illinois, you better book it because it's going to do something probably. Caleb, good to see you out there in the chat, my friend. Maybe a little bit of rotation just now beginning to develop on this storm near Kingsford Heights. Just something to watch. This is definitely the healthiest storm down here near Denham or Monterey, Bass Lake. Iowa, Illinois, and Michigan could see some severe weather tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Especially into the overnight hours. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a giant ball of storms that's going to roll on through some of those areas, especially in potentially Iowa overnight tonight. Well, this one actually looks okay here near Kingsford Heights. That's going to be one that I would definitely be keeping a close eye on. It's not tornado possible tagged. I don't believe we have any tornado possible tags on the map right now. At the bottom of your screen here, I'm going to go ahead and cycle through all of the watches that we have actively on the map. So you're going to notice, there you go, at the bottom of your screen, we're going to cycle through all the ones that we've got. One of them is going to include the greater Phoenix area, essentially. All sorts of monsoon storm action could be possible out there. That one's going to include, I believe, Tucson. That's in southern Arizona. It looks like it's really small on my second monitor, so it's hard to read, but yeah, definitely going to be looking at more storm action and eventually a little bit of a ball of storms later on, as things start to push into Ohio this afternoon and evening here, or this evening. We're into the evening hours at this point. It's 7 p.m. Central Time, of course. I waited a little while to go live tonight so that we could try to stay live as long as possible, given that there is a little bit later of a setup tonight, and of course, got to go live again tomorrow. And Wednesday as well, maybe even Thursday. So a lot of severe weather action that we'll be covering. So make sure that you're subscribed and have notifications turned on so that you don't miss it. You can stay severe weather aware when there is weather headed your direction. We can take a look at our surface observations here in a minute if I can get them to load. Let's try this. Sometimes that works. Oh. Come on, show me the METAR. There we go. Okay, so looking at our surface observations, one thing you'll notice that's going to not exactly enhance these storms in terms of the tornadic threat is that these winds are coming pretty much out of the southwest in most of these areas. In fact, some of these surface winds are even more westerly. So the more westerly they are, the less backed they're going to be at the surface, essentially. You want them to be coming out of the southeast if you want tornadoes. In most environments anyway, and that is a similar case for this one. Now, I will say the more southerly they become, the more out of the south that they can get at the surface. We'll be looking at a little bit more favorable conditions for potential tornadic development, but that's going to be one of the limiting factors. LCL's not going to be a limiting factor. As you can see, those dew points are very high in the upper 70s, even into the low 80s in some areas. You'll see Huntington, 82 over 82, fully saturated. So very surface-based storms with a ridiculous amount of moisture. So the general moisture content isn't really going to be the issue at the surface anyway. Possibly issues with moisture aloft, but I don't think that's going to be a significant issue either. Really, the main issue for these storms is how congested they're going to be. You're going to see already we have a bunch of storms that are firing off with limited space to work with out here in Indiana, and things are going to get congested pretty quickly. Those surface winds not being super laminar to the inflow is also going to be a limiting factor in terms of that tornado threat. We have two pretty solid looking storms out here in Indiana right now. This one near Kingsford Heights intrigues me the most, but the one down here near Denham definitely looking threatening as well. And it honestly looks like it's got a stronger updraft in place, but the morphology of the slightly smaller storm near Walkerton, that one looks a little better to me, just in terms of its radar presentation. But of course, that's not always indicative of everything going on. Mikey in the top left-hand corner of your screen, by the way, has quite the photogenic view here. Again, he's out in northeastern Indiana right now, so he's not quite on these storms, but he's close. You'll see he's now headed directly west towards them, so he's basically staring right at the storm in Walkerton. That's what you're seeing off in the distance there, is that just monstrous storm out there in central northern Indiana, or I guess you could say maybe northwestern slightly Indiana, out here to the northwest of Plymouth near Walkerton. So Mikey is just to the east of that storm, staring at it from afar. That's him over here on the, just off your screen. Actually, I can move this over just a bit, zoom it out. And that's Mikey's in that white circle on the right-hand side of your screen. And he is looking like basically due west. So he's staring right at this thing and he's headed that direction. I'm sure he will be within like spitting distance of that storm within less than a half hour, probably. So very good stuff by Mikey. He's been sniffing out everything in Indiana lately. If there's been something in Indiana, Mikey has been all over it. So dude's been absolutely killing it. Cactus, Disney fan before, Weather Wisdom, good to see you guys. Legacy at Nature and Weather, good to see all of you guys in the chat. Very, very good to see everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's staying safe out there. Legacy, very much appreciate you stopping in. Will the storms be stronger when it gets to Ohio? They'll probably have a little bit more of a severe or a wind damage threat, I should say, when they get to Ohio. It'll be a little bit more of a ball of storms, less of a round of discrete storms. We do actually have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place for 70-mile-per-hour winds just to the southeast of Wakefield. Possibly a downburst situation that just happened here where we had some very strong winds that were measured just a little bit ago here near Ivor. And these are basically headed directly down the highway towards Windsor. And I think I'm going to go out on a limb and assume this was maybe observed. Nope, radar indicated, which, I mean, it does make sense. We're that close to the radar. You can see just a couple scans ago, we very clearly had very strong winds and a little bit of some sort of a microburst, it appears, with this storm. So not a bad, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It's only for 23 more minutes, and it might not last that full duration here as the storm has definitely weakened. Whatever caused that downburst, I don't know if this is a dissipating storm. It might be. We're a little close to the radar, so it's kind of hard to tell. Could be a little bit of a dissipating storm here near the Isle of Wight. So definitely one to watch in terms of those gusty winds, but I think it's going to continue to weaken here. Down in Arizona in Pima County, we did get a severe thunderstorm warning in place. We do have multiple down here now, just kind of surrounding the greater Tucson area here. So you're going to notice really a bunch of them, one down near Sierra Vista, a little one off to the west near Topawa. Oh my goodness, Cactus High with the 20 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. That's insane. That's actually insane. 20 gifted memberships. A ton of people are going to be the beneficiaries of those. Oh my goodness. Cactus, thank you very, very much for that. That's unbelievable. That's, completely not required, but incredibly appreciated. I mean, my goodness. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. So it looks like Team Kenny, Steph, Miss Loney, My Winter Storm, Jesse's Oto Poco, Cheeburger, I Love Storm Chasing, Jazawa, Mark, Rivet, Fenrir's Ma, Unknown Profile Photo, Tara Ramsey, Cornish Fish and Game, Amanda Hogan, Storm Chaser Kiwi, Jeep Driver, Heath, Heather York, Belarion Quinn, Tangy, Tom Wilkes, all sorts of people just got a bunch of memberships. My goodness. Welcome to everybody that just got a new membership, and thank you so much, Cactus, for the 20 gifted memberships. That's insane. Just incredibly generous. I don't even know what to say. That's just incredibly generous. I know that Scott and Mark are somewhere down here. I don't know if Scott has his spotter tag on. We're looking for Scott Caseman on here. I don't think he has his location on, but I know they're somewhere down here in Arizona. I just don't know exactly where. Chasing the monsoon. But man, 20 gifted memberships. That's incredibly kind of you. And yeah, this considerable severe thunderstorm warning is going to get downgraded here probably, or just lifted. Maybe they'll let it go for the last 20 minutes here, but those winds definitely significantly decreased in magnitude here over the last few minutes. You can see an outflow boundary getting kicked out pretty clear on the radar here, associated with this storm. Definitely a little bit of a downbursting scenario there, it looks like. Back in Indiana, we do know Mikey is out in that direction. He's, again, headed west. He's probably near Milford by now. I'll turn his location on. Nice. Okay, he's just west of Kendallville, continuing to gun west towards these storms, one near Walkerton. I don't know exactly which one he's targeting just yet. He might not know either until he gets a little closer. He doesn't have to decide yet. So it's getting feisty in Indiana. Yep. Definitely looking at some stronger storms out here that are taking on that hook echo morphology just a little bit here. Not anything crazy where I think we're needing a tornado warning at any point just yet, unless something visual is being seen by storm spotters. But definitely stronger storms out here to say the least, especially these two. One near North Judson and the other one out here near Kingsford Heights. Those are the two I'm definitely the most worried about at the moment. Frankie, good to see you in the chat. Christine, you as well. Robbie Wilkins, good to see you. Kevin Joyce, I feel like you're in our broadcast all the time, and you've been here when people have gifted memberships before, and you just never get the membership somehow. I don't know why that is. For those of you who did just get gifted memberships, by the way, you'll automatically get the role in our Discord server, so you can get all of that extra benefits there. That's where we communicate with our members when we do exclusive things for our members, and we do have new things coming soon that'll help out and provide new content for our members. I'm really excited to share all that with you guys. Really quick, give me just a moment here. I'm going to see if I can get there we go. That's what I was looking for earlier. No, I don't want to click on the ad. All right. In just a minute here, I am actually going to have Evan and Drew's stream. Okay, let's do that. Fantastic. Let's get them in slot 3 and bam. There you go. So now we got Evan and Drew's stream as well. They are in northern Indiana somewhere, I believe, or northern Illinois maybe is where they're at. Looks like, what does that say? Something Center, Illinois. Wilton Center. Is that what that says? I don't know where exactly. Honestly, I have no idea where they're at. I'm assuming they're somewhere near the Indiana-Illinois border. Yeah, okay. There they are. They are in Wilton Center here, so just to the south of Joliet in Illinois. So that's where they're at. I don't know if they have their spotter dot on. Yep, there they are. There's Drew and Evan. You can see the two of them both have their dots on. Of course, they're in the same vehicle together. That's Drew Brummel and Evan Heemstra. You can watch along with their feed, and they should be in the bottom left-hand corner. So from top to bottom with our storm chasers that we have live right now. In the top left, you got Mikey Plemons. He's headed towards these storms in Indiana right now. Then we have Monsoon chasing in the middle there with Mark and Scott with Hurricane Track. And then we're looking at Evan and Drew, who are out in northeastern Illinois right now. I'm assuming they're going to be headed eastbound here. That's what would make the most sense to me anyway. So a bunch of different storm chasers out here in the WBWX world tonight. And Kill a King with the $2 super chat. I was getting that other feed added and I didn't see that. So Kill a King 1537, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. He says, anything super big to worry about right now around Warsaw? Well, there's definitely some stronger storms headed your way. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning, just barely for this one downstream. The storm that's to your west near Argos. And then other storms just to the west of that, they might kind of split you here. These storms kind of taking a path just to your north and just to your south. I'd more so be worried about the one that's near Walkerton. That one could kind of make its way basically right down the highway towards Warsaw. So I would definitely have your head on a swivel, have multiple ways to receive alerts for that. But you do have a little bit until it gets to you, maybe about a half hour or so. So definitely make sure that you are preparing for that one. Hellcat80 saying, I live in Arizona and the monsoons here are insane. Yes, they are. Sin is doing stuff regarding the Illinois threat. Yeah, I would that's kind of the name of the game for tomorrow's threat too. I think if we can get any storms to actually fire off tomorrow in the Dakotas, they could be really explosive. I just think the cap is going to be way too significant. I think there's too much dry air entrained aloft at the mid levels, like the low mid levels, and that's going to stop any storms from firing off out there in North Dakota. But if we do get any that really explosively grow, that environment is juicy. So that is going to be something to watch very closely for maybe an unexpected tornado threat tomorrow. I talked about that in our forecast this morning. Currently, there's no risk outlined for a tornado probabilistic outlook from the Storm Prediction Center in the Northern Plains for tomorrow. But Killer King with another $2 super chat saying any rotation on these thunderstorms. A little bit of very, very broad rotation might be in place on this one near North Judson. And both these storms do have a decent inflow. There's nothing really crazy, nothing notable going on with them right now, but they're still kind of young, getting organized here. The low-level jet has not come into play yet. It's still too early for that. So these storms could reach a little bit higher of an intensity as they make their way towards Warsaw and eventually into western Ohio as well. We did get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning again for Bowman County in North Dakota. There it is. So that's just basically a new one that's been put in place on the same storm near Bowman and Scranton that's been going for a while. It's got golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on there. Look at that sunset, by the way, that Mikey's got. Just a beautiful view. I just had to shoot him a DM and say, beautiful view you've got there. Just a really beautiful view there from Mikey. I'm going to go ahead and full screen him or large cam him for just a second. We'll keep this North Dakota storm in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. But take a look at what Mikey's got here. It's just this gorgeous, gorgeous view. Just a stunning sunset here. You can see incredible details in the clouds. You can see an anvil far off in the distance just to his northwest. Just a really beautiful scene there. The sun peeking through some of those other convective systems that are off to his west. Of course, again, Mikey's in northeastern Indiana, headed westbound towards all of these storms that are out there in northern Indiana right now. So just a really, really beautiful view there from Mikey. Just cool, cool stuff. Really, really awesome there. Go back to our 3-cam mode here. Looks like Mikey's got something going on in the top of his feed. I don't know what that is or says. Our Virginia considerable severe thunderstorm warning was lifted, by the way, which we had talked about would probably happen. And this one near North Judson is looks like it's really starting to try and take in some good inflow here. So this is one that we could watch to potentially become tornadic within the next maybe 20 minutes or so. The Walkerton one is looking like it's struggling to get any good inflow going, and it's going to get congested here soon. So hopefully this one will continue to struggle and fall apart before it gets towards our friends out in Warsaw. Of course, Killer King was asking about that area. Hellcat saying it's still about 100 here and humid. Yeah. Disney Fan Before saying, hi, I see that NATOcast says constant all day, keeping a 15% hatched hail risk in southern Wisconsin, and on radar it shows cells firing around there later. Should I be on watch out? Probably yes, and especially into the later evening hours here tonight. Like I'm talking, and this is really like southern Wisconsin, into the later evening hours here tonight, but also into tomorrow in the early afternoon or early morning, maybe like from 9 a.m. to noon or so, like just before noon, I guess. Out there in Wisconsin, that's going to be something to watch out for maybe a couple of prolific hail producers with that bowling ball that's at least forecast by a handful of models to blow on through southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois by tomorrow morning. So that's definitely something to pay attention to. And I think we could definitely see some stronger storms out there this evening as well. Maybe around like 9 p.m. to maybe 9 p.m. to midnight tonight. So maybe in another hour and a half or so. But just beautiful scenes that we've been getting here from Mikey in the top left of your screen. I know he changed that camera angle just a little bit as he's continuing to drive out there, but Just beautiful stuff from him. Which is whoops, what have I done? Which is no surprise, by the way. Mikey is just incredible. Very, very talented. Great chaser. He's done so well recently. I'm so happy for him. I mean, Mikey's just been killing it. He's deserved all the recognition that he's been getting lately. He's got some pretty big news coming. Actually, two different pieces of big news coming for Mikey soon. So I can't wait for him to be able to talk about that. And we have some really big news coming here at WBWX also pretty soon. It looks like this rotation maybe has a little bit of side lobe contamination, it looks like here. But things could try to get going near North Judson somewhat soon. Maybe partially contaminated data here. I'm not super convinced that we're getting 100% accurate data there, but still looks all right. Northwest Indiana is the secondary main target. Yeah, I would mostly agree. I think we could still see isolated tornadoes embedded within the storms when they become more clustered in western Ohio, and maybe even into central Ohio as well. North Judson looks interesting. Okay, I think I'm a little behind on the chat messages. That looks interesting. Apparently, it's undercut, according to a chaser. Must be a separate storm. Yeah, there is very clearly another cumulus bubble that's firing off right into the inflow path of the North Judson storm. However, if that cumulus bubble just gets swallowed right in, it's just going to provide even more fuel here, just pouring gas on the flame. So it just depends if that updraft near North Judson is strong enough, then we could definitely be looking at a tornado producer if it's going to swallow this other cumulus bubble that's just starting to fire off here. You can see those echo tops, it's all kind of merged into one blob here, which isn't incredibly surprising. So if that trend continues and that new little cumulus bubble just gets kind of swallowed into the updraft here, this one could definitely become a tornado producer, maybe 15 to 20 minutes from now. What's a good college to go to for meteorology as a career? There's a lot of great ones. Obviously, I'm always going to recommend Mississippi State University. That's where I went. That's where most of the people on our team went that have their degrees. In fact, of course, Taylor and Lorian, two of our meteorologists here, also went to Mississippi State with me and are also doing their masters here with me as well. I'm doing my master's at State, to my undergrad at State. Of course, Timothy is doing his undergrad here right now. He's just about to start all of his meteorology courses. So, of course, I wish him the best of luck with that. I'm excited for him in that endeavor. I think Jessica Moore is a graduate from our online program. We actually have a really good online program. I'm not the biggest fan of online programs, especially in meteorology or any STEM major, but in Mississippi State's case, it's actually pretty good. I can't knock it. It's a very good online program. One of the lead instructors, Mr. Greg Nordstrom, is absolutely incredible. He's just not only a phenomenal dude, but very, very knowledgeable and a great instructor. So I definitely can recommend that. Even though normally I would never recommend any online programs, that's just a personal preference of mine. I think that in-person like level of like I don't even know, like discipline is really important. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place in North Dakota. That's going to be the same storm. This time it's going to include a sliver of Adams County as well, but still mostly just around Bowman County here, where we have that golf ball size hail near Haley and Scranton. And just get a little bit of a volumetric look at this. It's in a radar hole, so we can only get the tops of these storms. You can see their little top hats here. I guess you can't really see it that well. I'll move it so you can see it a little better. But we can see these storms are launching those 60 dBz values to around 35,000 feet. So very, very powerful updrafts. 50 dBz values getting to close to 50,000 feet, upwards of 45,000 feet, it appears. So definitely some pretty strong storms out here. With some pretty strong updrafts, definitely capable of producing that golf ball size hail it's tagged with. There is a broad rotating mesocyclone at the upper levels here too. We did just get a new tornado warning in Indiana. So that's going to be Pulaski and Stark counties here. So that's going to be on our North Judson storm, and that potentially contaminated data doesn't particularly look contaminated anymore because it's been sustained and it is in a good spot with where our echo tops are at. You're going to notice it's right in the middle of where our updraft, the base of our updraft would be. If you have a tilted updraft in this environment, you'd have your base of it over here, and then your highest values would in fact be over here because you have a tilted updraft. That's where your overshooting top would be at the end of that arrow. So definitely looking at a strong storm here and a worthy tornado warning here in Indiana. So again, this is Pulaski and Stark counties in Indiana right now. A pretty tight rotating couplet here. Now again, partially clear air. So maybe not fully accurate data that we're getting, but regardless, there's still a tight rotating couplet. But there is this other cumulus bubble that is underneath it here that could give it some fits. Now, again, if that cumulus bubble just gets swallowed right into the updraft here, we could easily be looking at a tornado producer in the next 15 minutes or so, like I said a few minutes ago. But definitely one worthy of a tornado warning here, just in case, especially with the way things have gone yesterday. A lot of overperformance. Killer King with another $2 super chat saying, do you think things will calm down tonight? I do think that things will calm down, but I don't think it's going to calm down as traditionally as it usually does. A lot of times around like maybe 11 or so p.m. Central time, things like to calm down a lot. But I think tonight is going to go into the overnight hours with these storms, but it's going to be less of a tornado threat in the overnight hours, more of a wind threat. But again, this storm is looking all right. I will say the latest velocity scan does not look nearly as good. And again, this storm is being very, very clearly undercut here by this other cumulus bubble. In fact, there's even a second cumulus bubble that's starting to show up here. And we can see this on our echo tops. You can see this other, like, I mean, I don't even know, potentially this other little mini updraft here being ingested in. That could be this other updraft here being tilted this direction by the inflow of the storm. I don't think that's the case because those upper level winds should not allow that to happen. Possibly just a random pixel getting detected a little higher here. But in general, still some rotation present with the storm. And again, if this storm just swallows up this cumulus bubble here, we see this all the time where these storms are basically boom or bust. If it swallows in that cumulus bubble, it could easily become a pretty strong updraft and a tornado producer. But if not, it probably won't do anything at all. A lot of times with these types of storms, if it doesn't swallow up the first one, it's always the second one that ends up suffocating it. You're already going to see another cumulus bubble starting to fire off again back near Francisville, and maybe even a third one out there as well. So another cumulus bubble here, and maybe a third one just starting to fire off here near Francisville. And that's going to cause problems for this tornado warned cell here in northern Indiana. So again, not one that I'm super, super worried about at the moment, but definitely one that still could be a tornado producer with some time here. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. I think that one's in South Dakota. So just on the South Dakota side of the border, I'm assuming for the same Bowman storm. Maybe they just extended this warning just a bit south for where this storm is actually going to be headed here. I mean, they may have upgraded this to maybe tennis ball sized hail as well. I see it's still showing golf ball sized hail at the moment here, but this thing looks pretty solid. It looks to me like it could definitely be producing tennis ball sized hail. We can see that updraft very, very pertinent here. Very strong updraft. Most certainly present, especially the southernmost storm near Haley, the one near Scranton, not looking quite as juicy. But again, tornado warning in Pulaski and Stark counties out here in Indiana. This is near Denham, just south of Bass Lake, southeast of North Judson, west of Monterey. And the rotation really fizzling out here as we have a very, very obviously undercut storm. That inflow just being cut off, very suffocated here with that other cumulus starting to make its way into that inflow region, essentially. So where you've got this pink line that I'm about to draw, there's your original inflow track, essentially. And all of this other cumulus bubble nonsense is just getting lofted back into this direction, just being pulled on in there as these other storms fire off and move to the northeast. And it's cutting off that effective inflow. As a result, it's significantly limiting what this storm is probably going to be capable of. And you can see that inflow region just very messy. Lots of targets being picked up by the radar unit, and even more cumulus starting to fire off back towards Francisville. So it's not like this storm is immediately going to recover from it as well if it can swallow that initial cumulus bubble. Most likely here, we won't get a tornado out of this, but it's definitely possible. I don't think it's a bad tornado warning, especially with what it looked like on this frame right here when it was near North Judson and Denham. But you can see that cumulus already was starting to come into the picture here. And I can even go back a couple more frames and we can watch these. This cumulus near Meteryville already starting to fire off. This was what? When what time was this? This was about 17 minutes ago. So even about 17 minutes ago, that other cumulus was already starting to fire off. And that's always a telltale sign with these types of storms, excuse me, that they're not going to be able to sustain themselves super effectively and maintain their effective inflow. And it looks to me like this tornado warning really ought to just be lifted here at this point. I forgot to change my color on my lights there, but yeah, and that South Dakota considerable severe thunderstorm warning did come in, by the way. It is, in fact, downstream of our Haley storm. It's still tagged with golf ball sized hail, but the original one was, in fact, upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. So I was sort of right on that, kind of right on the money there. I guess a good prediction, a good shout. This one is headed towards Harding and Perkins counties here in South Dakota, the northernmost part of South Dakota, northwestern South Dakota specifically. A little bit of a zoom out on the map to show you where we're at. Down in Nebraska, northwest of Thedford, we are looking at a stronger storm out here, or a stronger series of storms that will be causing some fits. And in fact, I think this just got upgraded literally as I went to talk about it here, it looks like, to golf ball size hail perhaps on this storm. Because it doesn't look insane in terms of the velocities, but we might see an upgrade pop up here on this severe thunderstorm warning in just a second. This is for Cherry County here in Nebraska. So probably golf ball size hail, unless there was an isolated measured wind gust that was around 60 miles or 70 miles per hour. We should get that update here in just a second. That line, that border of that polygon on your screen should thicken up. There it goes. And we can see that was upgraded for 2-inch hail. So some larger hail in there. This is, again, this is in the Sandhills of Nebraska. Not really anything out here. It's not very populated in this part of the Sandhills, but it's north of the interstate here, north of Hyannis, Whitman, Mullen, northwest of Thedford, west of Brownlee, north of Ashby as well. So 2-inch hail possible with that storm. Again, isolated instances of larger hail will be possible out here in Nebraska and especially into the Dakotas this evening, but it's not really a significant concern. I would be surprised if we saw anything larger than tennis ball size hail. I don't think we're going to get any destructive storms. It's definitely possible. Maybe that one that's in North Dakota right now could do it. This tornado warning still chugging, by the way, 27 minutes remaining on it. It was issued at 8:24 Eastern time. So that was just, 8 minutes ago. And again, I think this one probably doesn't really need to be on the map anymore. It's not a terrible idea to leave them when these excuse me, sorry about that. When these storms could potentially recycle quickly. It does happen like that sometimes, but with this one, it really this is probably very, very unlikely to do anything. You can see repeated rounds of cumulus firing off to its southwest. It's just going to contaminate that inflow over and over and over again. This is something I learned a lot about when I was storm chasing in the plains. We just had storms have this exact same thing happen to it repeatedly, which was incredibly annoying, but it is what it is, of course. On the left-hand side of your screen, you're still looking at just the most stunning view from Mikey's feed. My goodness. I'm gonna full screen this again. This man, Mikey Plemons, has just been seeking out the most unbelievable stuff recently. So in the bottom right, I'm going to keep that tornado warning so you can keep an eye on it there, as that one's in Pulaski and Stark counties. But look at what Mikey Plemons is seeing. Just beautiful cumulus towers out there. I mean, that is absolutely stunning. The way that the sunset is starting to peer through as well. You can just see all the details in the cloud. You can see that billowing cumulus out there. As you're looking westbound, I believe. I don't know exactly where Mikey is. I can find him really quickly. I know he's in obviously northeastern Indiana area. So he's in near Millersburg and New Paris in Indiana here. So he's looking just to the southwest as he's looking at the storm near Plymouth. Now, I will say this one's taking on a little bit better morphology here in the bottom right hand of your screen here near Grovertown and Plymouth. That's one to watch, but it's not something I'm super concerned about, as it doesn't look like it's going to have any clean inflow. It's in the outflow region of that other storm that is tornado warned right now. You can see that contamination already getting in there with these green targets being pulled into that inflow. That's all outflow from the other storm, which will be too cool too cool in temperature, I mean, to be effective for tornadic activity. I will say the one near North Judson maybe is recycling on the back end here a little bit. So it could be one to watch, as that cumulus is kind of getting yanked on in to that storm. But man, what a view that Mikey has. Just unbelievable. Just a stunning view. Absolutely stunning view from Mikey Plemons here. I literally could look at this all day. Like, I'm being so serious right now. I could leave this up on the feed and not say another word tonight and just sit there and stare at it. It's just absolutely beautiful. Incredible stuff from Mikey. If you don't subscribe to Mikey, by the way, on YouTube, you definitely should do that. I mean, he's an incredible chaser, and like I said, he's got some incredible things coming too. I'm so hyped for him, and I can't wait to see what he accomplishes with those upcoming things. I'm going to go ahead and link his live feed to you guys in the chat here. Definitely go, even if you're not going to subscribe, just click on that link and leave him a like really quick. Dude is absolutely killing it. Just an absolute goat. Just killing it, man. Absolutely love it. Love to see that type of thing. We're going to go back to our 3-cam mode here. Again, Mikey is in northeastern Indiana. You can continue to follow along with him in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Just a stunning view out there in northeastern Indiana. Mark and Scott, it looks like they're gassing up right now. They are monsoon chasing in Arizona. They're not on anything just yet. And then we have Evan and Drew who are they're actually looking at this storm from the backside as they are stuck behind a train right now, but they're trying to head east. I think they maybe have crossed the border by now. Nope. Okay, so they're just south of Beecher here. This is where they're at, right near the Indiana-Illinois border. So I'm going to circle them on your screen. Here they are, as they are headed eastbound to try and get to these storms that are in Indiana that we've been watching. I'll zoom out a little more. Show you guys just a little bit better. This is where they are at right now, and they are headed to try and get on some of these storms. And that tornado warning was just lifted, by the way. So no longer a tornado warning in place in Indiana. So that's the good news. But the storm does appear to have an attempt at recycling anyway. I will say this one here near Fulton is definitely beginning to catch my eye a little bit. This one's just south of Rochester. It's a little bit farther downstream, essentially, of our original tornado warning here. So this is where, in this circle, that's where our original tornado warning was just moments ago. And that storm down near Fulton, that one is definitely a little bit interesting. This is just to the west of North Manchester and Akron, where some folks were tuning in from yesterday evening. When is Minnesota going to have some big storms this weekend? Maybe this weekend. I'm not sure what's going to happen in Minnesota this weekend. It's a little far out. Again, we are looking at a very, very messy setup starting to develop out here in Indiana, eastern Indiana, northern Indiana, excuse me, and western Ohio. Things are going to start moving on into the Ohio Valley a little bit later on here this evening. See, we got a lot of folks in the chat. I do really appreciate everybody tuning in. The best way you can support the work that we do is just simply liking and subscribing. Really appreciate everybody tuning in. Patrick Sickles saying, I went to Mike's feed and liked and subbed. That's incredible news. Everybody should do the same thing. Mikey Plemons, Nader Mike, you should all go to his feed, which I linked just a little bit ago here earlier tonight. You should definitely go to his feed and like and subscribe. Dude is just an absolute beast. He's out there killing it. He's in the top left-hand corner of your screen chasing for us. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning, considerable, tagged up in North Dakota. I am assuming this is going to just be another continuation of this storm. So we're just going to see a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning pop up. That's going to probably look something like this out here in North Dakota, including what county is that? Honestly, I have no idea what county that is. Adams County, I think, is what that is here in North Dakota. I think that makes the most sense. Areas like Reeder, Bucyrus. I already forgot how to pronounce that. Someone told me yesterday. That's a bummer. Hi, checking in from Wolcottville, Indiana. Good to see you, Brittany. Are these storms a real deal or weak? They're definitely going to be bringing some gusty winds, and some of them could bring a little bit more of a threat for tornadoes a little later on. They're all recycling right now, and there's that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag for golf ball size hail. You'll notice that these DBZ values, you were seeing a lot of those silvers showing up a little bit ago. Let me see if I can pull a few more frames back and show you that. But these, yeah, you can see right around this frame here, they were looking very, very strong. This was When was this? 16 minutes ago. We were looking at a definitely up to tennis ball size hail there near Haley. And you can watch how quickly those magentas and silvers fall off a cliff here as all that hail is just dumped out of the atmosphere. So up to golf ball sized hail, still possible with these storms, though. Looks like two different updrafts or two different areas of concern here. Yeah, definitely two different updrafts going on out here. And these are in southwestern North Dakota, crossing into South Dakota. A lot of cardinal directions being mentioned. We still have another storm out in Cherry County, Nebraska. Not really a ton of population in this area in the Sand Hills, but up to golf ball sized hail was possible. They just downgraded that to ping pong ball sized hail now. So no longer a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out there. In Vermont, we do still have a stronger storm out here, which is really just the residual part of this storm. You'll notice that there's a lot of ground clutter, so you don't really get a good look at these storms here in Vermont. At the lowest level, you have to usually go up from the Burlington radar in your tilt angles to actually see what's going on. So some stronger storms here. This is a residual line of storms from what we had a little bit ago that was actually tornado warned at some point, not too terribly long ago. So still a stronger storm out here in general, where an embedded tornado isn't entirely impossible, but very unlikely. If we were going to get one, it would be kind of west of West Burke. And yeah, so another severe thunderstorm warning in upstate New York as well, near Winthrop. All right, we're going to jump back on into the desert Southwest, where Scott and Mark are in the center left of your screen. They're somewhere out there. I don't know exactly where. Monsoon chasing, and there's a handful of storms that are warned down here, and a lot of flash flooding going on. A severe thunderstorm warning is in place in San Bernardino County as well. That one is going to be tagged with just 60-mile-per-hour winds, some gusty winds near Baghdad and Ludlow. And then back towards Indiana, that's, of course, our main area of concern this evening in terms of what's going on right now anyway. That's where Mikey's at, and also Evan and Drew in the top and bottom left-hand corners of your screen, respectively. What are my thoughts on the severe weather threat tomorrow for eastern West Virginia and western Maryland? Definitely looking at more of a threat for wind damage out there. And I can actually show you our categorical outlook for tomorrow. You're going to see that out in West Virginia, maybe into Maryland, we are looking at a little bit more of a wind threat. You're going to see that SIG 1 wind threat is that hatched region that's going to be somewhat nearby your region, more of western West Virginia, but definitely an isolated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust is not impossible for you tomorrow. So something that you're going to want to pay attention to without a doubt. As we go forward into tomorrow, you're going to notice there is an isolated tornado risk as well. I'm not super concerned about it, but that's going to stretch all the way back even towards Davenport. So a larger tornado risk out there, and then a hail risk, not really for you guys, but back into the northern plains, where I do think that, again, any storms that can break the cap out here in this region of the northern plains could definitely pose a pretty solid risk for tornadoes tomorrow. But the likelihood that we get any storms that break the cap is going to be pretty slim. This is what our tornado outlook looks like for this evening. We have that isolated risk back into South Dakota for that later line of convection that's going to start to bubble up soon. And then we have still that 2% risk back through Illinois, Indiana, and western Ohio. I did not move to Texas. I am down in Starkville, Mississippi. I will say this storm near Fulton is really catching my eye in terms of its morphology. It's definitely one that I'm going to be paying close attention to here if it can establish good, clean inflow. You're going to notice as I turn on METAR here, these dew points in this region are very favorable. You're going to see 82 over 75. That pen is awfully large there. 82 over 75. We are looking at 81 over 72, 80 over 71 on the left-hand side of your screen, 81 over 81 near Huntington. So a lot of moisture is present to the south of this storm. Plenty of fuel to come into this storm. The question is, can you get a more laminar surface flow for your inflow? Your inflow would need to look a little bit more southeasterly. Right now, you can see these winds are coming more out of the west almost, which is not ideal for this setup. But any storms that can establish good quality inflow will have the chance and also remain discreet. That's a big thing here too. Those will have definitely a chance of producing a tornado. And a storm like this one near Fulton, if it could remain discreet and establish good inflow, it could even be potentially a stronger tornado. I think it's unlikely that we would see a stronger tornado, but it's not completely impossible. Very slim chance, but not 0%. The rest of our storms are really starting to fall apart and get messy here. So this is really the only one that poses a significant threat. And I'm assuming that's where all the chasers are going to start gunning towards. You're going to see a lot of names that you might know, like Brandon Kopic out there. Lots of them probably going to start heading down towards this Fulton storm near Rochester. You can see it does have an RFD established. It's a little difficult to see on radar here, but it definitely does have that RFD established. And if it can wrap around, if it can pull that RFD in a little bit and pinch off that inflow, it could definitely be looking at a more enhanced risk for a tornado here with this one. A lot of lightning with a lot of these storms you're going to notice, especially the ones that are closer to where Mikey Plemons is at in the top left-hand corner of your screen. You'll see Mikey over here. I can go ahead and circle him. That's where Mikey's at. He's just to the east of Milford. So these storms are off to his west and especially his southwest. But a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings still active and not anything crazy, it looks like on the map anyway, in terms of a tornado threat at the moment. Yeah, the cap is probably a little bit too strong in Illinois from what I'm hearing for us to get storm initiation. Central Illinois EAS weather. How's my day going? It's going great. I really can't complain. I spent, of course, we put out a forecast video this morning. It came out a lot later than expected because we ran into some hiccups during exporting. So the video was finished filming around 10 a.m. We had some exporting issues, couldn't get it uploaded until around 12:30 p.m. So that was a bummer. But other than that, it's been going great. I helped Taylor and Lorian put together a couch. Well, we partially put it together. We're going to finish the job probably tomorrow morning. And then I came back here to broadcast. And so can't really complain. Things are going pretty good. How are you doing, Central Illinois EAS weather? Anything in the Indianapolis area? No, all of this is pretty far to your north. At least for the time being, anyway. Anything happening around Fishers, Indiana? Yeah, no, that's what you said to the right? To the right of Indianapolis? So east, somewhere east. I don't know, but nothing going on in the greater Indianapolis area in general. So nothing going on there. But again, I'm still watching this one very closely here near Fulton. If it can establish any decent inflow, it's not really doing it right now, but if it can do that, then we would be in business out there. Looks like maybe we're starting to get occlusion here of our inflow. It's a little difficult to tell. There's very low DBZ values there, so I'm not entirely sure. If we are getting occlusion of our inflow, that storm would be a nothing burger as well in terms of a tornado threat. Yeah, I think you did jinx it yesterday. Anything to worry about in Fort Wayne? At the moment, no, everything is just to your south. So if you're just south of Fort Wayne, or especially southeast, then maybe so. But there are more storms that may be headed your way a little bit later on this evening. Do you know when you're going to bring more people onto the team? Yeah, actually, I mean, we've been bringing storm chasers in. We are pretty much done signing storm chasers. We have a really big announcement coming soon in terms of a new storm chaser that we've signed. Other than that, we're not really adding anyone else to the team right at this moment until we can grow a little larger in our reach. Of course, we're only at around 2,000 subscribers right now. We still got a long ways to go. Very young and hungry and eager group that we've got here. So doing our best. We have a really great team of meteorologists and graphic design and production in terms of editing and social media. And we have just an incredible team and so many great storm chasers. And I'm just incredibly grateful for them every day that they're willing to spend time with me working on things. So ABC 1357911 with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. $20 super chat. WABC. Things like that are never required, but always incredibly appreciated. Really, really, really grateful for that. Thank you so much, ABC. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning issued back into the Dakotas. Just another continuation down here. When is covering Canada going to be full time? I don't know just yet. I do not know. Hopefully soon, maybe within like a month or so. To be determined. I can possibly take a peek at Canada. I need to find my DMs with Hayden so I can tap in. What is it? That's what it is. Okay. Okay. Sign this thing in. Go to the radar. Where am I looking at? What's going on in Canada these days? Yeah, still a lot of hail possible in these storms, without a doubt, by the way. Up to tennis ball sized, maybe as of a couple minutes ago when things really resurged here near Haley again. And remember, that storm dumped all its hail a little bit ago, and it started building new hailstones. What about Lenawi County, Michigan? There's really nothing going on crazy in Michigan right now. I can go ahead and pull up all the different radar units to show you. There's really nothing at all going on in Michigan as of right this moment, anyway. In both the UP and other. Killer King with another $2 super chat. How long do you think the storm will last in Warsaw? You'll probably have at least some sort of thunderstorm action there for another hour or so, maybe even up to 2 hours, depending on how far these storms train out back towards like Walkerton. If more storms continue to fire off and move downstream to you, they're kind of riding right down the highway towards Warsaw. So you could definitely be looking at more storms down there for a little while. Is anyone chasing the Dakotas? No one that I am aware of. We did get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Arizona, by the way. I must have missed that a minute ago. Yeah, there actually are a few chasers out there in the Dakotas right now, it looks like. None of our people here at WBWX, though. Down in Pima County in Arizona, this is near Ajo and Childs, an area that we've seen a bunch of stronger storms recently. There's Caseman. So Scott and Mark are on the case. The Caseman is on the case. They are headed west right now to get onto this considerable warned severe thunderstorm monsoon action in Arizona. So we're going to get some exclusive monsoon stuff. They're literally the only storm chaser within like 100 miles of this storm. Not really. There's a couple others back towards Tucson, but they are going to be the first ones there by far. So Scott and Mark going to give us an incredible view that you can't get anywhere else, except, of course, on their broadcast. All right, let me see if I can figure out what's going on in Canada. I'm going to see if I can find anything crazy, and then I'll report back to you guys in a moment here. Doesn't look like there is anything crazy going on in Alberta, so it seems. See, back near Ottawa, nothing crazy going on there. Just some stronger storms out there. What about into Quebec? Check over here. Yeah, just some stronger storms out there near Quebec as well. Nothing crazy. Okay, so I'm assuming your concern is going to be the storms that are in Alberta. So I can go ahead and show you what I'm looking at here. And I'm not incredibly worried about it, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning down here in southern Alberta. And it doesn't really look like anything crazy. The storm looks very outflow dominant. There's a very clear 3-body scatter hail spike here. So definitely hail in the core of this storm, without a doubt. But you can see that outflow boundary on radar very, very prominent here. So this is probably not one that could produce a tornado. This one over here, somewhat similar deal. It doesn't look to be quite as outflow dominant as this one in southern Alberta, but definitely a hail producer down here. This is near Cayley or Ensign, Frankburg, south of Frank Lake near Nanton. That's courtesy of our friends at CanadaWx.com that we get to look at that exclusive radar data out of Canada. Scott and Mark, man, they're moving quick too. They are getting out to that storm. They are gunning it to the west. You can see them in the middle left-hand side of your screen, and you can see those storms are quite elevated off in the distance that they're looking at. I believe that's what they're looking at. And maybe they're looking to the south. The storms might be off the screen to the right. The more prominent cell that is considerably warned out here. I love using Ben-based reflectivity or BR for my color table. Honestly, I have no idea which one I'm using. But I absolutely love what I am using, and I probably will never change it. I think a lot of people try to do weird creative things with their color palettes on the radar, and it always looks absolutely horrific. Like I'm a D1 hater of so many different color palettes that certain people use sometimes. But I think just the standard color palettes are what you should go with, whatever is more industry standard, and just make sure that you have well saturated colors so that you can see the differences in things very easily. A lot of folks have been using that CC correlation coefficient color palette that's like it's like basically black and white. It's like a navy and white, and I think it looks horrible. Like I'm just not a fan of that. But that's a personal preference of mine. I just personally hate it. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. I just hate it. That's just me. I'll never use that. I'm in central North Dakota, not storm chasing. Smile. Well, stay safe out there. There's some stronger storms out there in southwestern North Dakota right now. And you'll probably get some other storms out there too a little later on. Yeah, tomorrow, I think it is starting tomorrow that Environment Canada warnings are no longer going to be by county, which is really, really big news for Canada. They were living in the year 1958. They finally upgraded to the year 1959 and have county-based warnings, which is great news. I know I'm kind of poking fun at them, but sometimes it can really be hard to update and migrate older systems. And so kudos to them for finally getting that done. That's a really big step for Environment Canada. So I'm super hyped for them. Things have been very active in Alberta this year, so it comes at a good time. And this storm is most certainly undercut by its own RFD here. You can see that RFD very clearly has occluded your inflow region here. So none of that inflow is really happening. You're getting clear outflow even in your inflow notch. So this storm has got very, very low probabilities to produce a tornado here. If we were going to get one, it would be closer to where Denver is, and we would have to see a new couplet start to form. It would be kind of right in this area if we were going to get anything tornadic out of this storm. Yeah, very, very clear as day here. This one has been entirely undercut by its own RFD. It has not been undercut by another cumulus tower, though, which is something that this other storm struggled with earlier in that the original tornado warning that we had there in Indiana. Is Alberta like the Illinois of Canada this year? It kind of is, to be honest with you. It kind of is. It's not a bad shout. While we have a quick second here, I'm going to go ahead to YouTube Studio and what do I need to go to? This thing. I need to go to this thing. I'm going to go ahead and update our members on the website because we just got a bunch more members. Thanks to that incredible 20 gifted memberships. Very, very, very generous. That came from Cactus earlier. I'm going to go ahead and download that and see if I can get that updated on the website here really quick. It should only take me a second. There we go. Boom. Upload and replace, and bam. All right, so now if I go to the homepage on our website, hit a giant little refresh here, we should see, I don't know if it updated just yet. I don't think it updated just yet. It sometimes takes just a minute or a couple of minutes, but I know you guys can't fully see it, but we do have all of our members here on our website, and I don't think it's updated just yet. I think this is still from last night. We're verifying my browser. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think it updated. I mean, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 24 times 3 would hit us with a whopping 72, plus a handful more at the bottom. So that's still around 80. So it definitely didn't update just yet. There should be 20 more names in profile photos that'll get added here eventually. Like I said, it can take just a couple of minutes sometimes. See about that. I'll let you guys know when that updates. It won't be too terribly long, I'm sure. And then I can show you guys that. So we can see everybody's beautiful faces on the website there. Or profile photos, I should say. You can see yourself, yeah. Usually, like last night when I updated it, it was literally instant. So I'm surprised it hasn't updated yet. It takes, usually it does take a couple of minutes. Like I said, last night, it literally took a minute, which was crazy. But I'm still watching this storm here, by the way. That's got that RFD really, really pulling around here through the storm. That original updraft entirely cut off at this point. But we could see a new area of circulation begin to develop here near Denver. So still watching this one pretty closely. It's not anything immediately concerning. And do I think it's going to produce a tornado? Probably not at any point. But it's still one that we're going to pay attention to just in case. Look at the view that Mikey has, man. Excuse me. It's crazy the difference between Mikey's feed, which is so dark under that storm and a little bit further east, versus Drew and Evan's feed, which they are a little bit further west. Really, really cool to see how different it is right around sunset here. Corey Gherkin was out near Kankakee. Interesting. I don't know where exactly. There's Drew and Evan. They've just crossed the border into Indiana, it looks like. So they are pretty far out from Mikey, who is just west of Kendallville over here. And then Drew and Evan are over here on the left-hand side of your screen. I can go ahead and circle where they're at. That is where everybody is at. I guess you can't see Evan and Drew. See about fixing, move that over just a little bit, and that'll help. All right, so there's Mikey in the top right-hand corner in northeastern Indiana. And then in the left side of your screen, western Indiana. That is where Drew and Evan are at. There we go. Okay, the website updated now. Here we are. Look at that. There's everybody else that's been added as a member. You can see 100 and something members are now here. It's insane. The fact that we have only 2,000 subscribers and we have 100 members is actually mind-blowing. So I'm incredibly grateful for all of the support. I really can't thank everybody enough. It's just been incredible. Myself and the team have been so overwhelmed. And that's why we're continuing to grind like crazy to put out the best content we can, the best coverage that we can, being live as often as humanly possible. We have an incredible new piece of content coming your guys' way soon. I really cannot wait for that. It's going to be a week from today where that new content is going to be entering the ecosystem here. And we're going to have announcements and teasers coming out about that over the next few days. We also have another really big storm chaser signing coming soon, which will be our last one for a little while, most likely. And then even more big things coming probably in the month of September, kind of to be determined on that time frame. And I can't give you guys the details on any of those things just yet, but I can tell you that big things are coming, and I can't wait to share them with you guys. Like I said, myself and the team are just so incredibly grateful for all the support. It's so exciting. Such cool stuff. I'm going to check in on the Pima County, Arizona storm and see how far out Caseman and Mark are from it. Looks like Caseman's location actually hasn't updated in a little while. Or I think actually it has updated. They just stopped moving, perhaps. No, that was like about 10 minutes ago. So they're probably a little further west at this point. They are going to be looking for some haboob action out there. It was insane. Yesterday they were on air. I was literally explaining and drawing what a haboob is and how it works. And then immediately after that, literally like 5 minutes later, they had a haboob on air. It was so cool. Monsoon chasing is so cool. I'm jealous of them. I want to get out there and do that someday. Really, really cool stuff. I envy them significantly. Have I heard of storm spotter tools? No, I have not. Sharon Conklin saying, hi there from Arizona. Are the storms moving eastward? Some of them are because they're centered around a high pressure system. So we do have this. I can't really zoom out enough to draw it, but like near the Four Corner states, we have a little bit of a high pressure system somewhere in here that's promoting what just happened. That's promoting this counterclockwise, or excuse me, this clockwise flow. And so on the southern end of that high pressure, storms in Arizona are mostly moving off towards the west. So that is kind of what's causing that. So yes, some of these storms are in fact moving westward. You'll notice the majority of them will in fact move westward here in Arizona tonight. I can pull a few more frames back. Give me just a minute and I can give you a little bit of a better visual on that. I just have to wait for a couple of these frames to load in. Give me just a minute here to get as far back as I can. All right, that's as far back as it'll let me go. Now watch the progression of these storms. I'll zoom in a little bit. Watch as they move from east to west, which is not what you see a lot of the time here. So again, here's back in time. They're not moving a lot. They're moving very slowly. So you can see a great cactus that Mark and Scott are showing us on the left-hand side of your screen out there in Arizona right now. But watch these storms. They move from right to left across your screen very slowly, but from right to left nonetheless here. As I go forward in time, now I go back in time, they're going to go back to the right. Here we go, forward in time again. You can see them moving from right to left across your screen. Those westward moving storms that are common. It happens a lot in the southeast when we get those heat domes that form in the southeast a lot of the time, that high pressure system in the Tennessee Valley. And then storms in Alabama and Mississippi will move from east to west. The same thing happens there all the time in the summer months. Not anything unusual, but definitely still weird. Out in Nebraska, we do still have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the Sandhills, west of Brownlee, northwest of Thedford. 70-mile-per-hour winds up in there, maybe up to half-dollar sized hail as well with that stronger cluster of storms. Back into the Dakotas, really straddling the border of North and South Dakota, really moving more into South Dakota at this point near Ralph and Lodgepole. These ones are going to be capable of that golf ball sized hail, maybe 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in there as well. Back in Indiana, all of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted except for one. So none of these storms really hitting the mark on some of the severe thresholds or the severe criteria anyway. Looks like we might be getting a live hit from Mikey Plemons here soon. Oh, actually, he's already ready for me. Let me go ahead and get his feed up. Give me just a minute. We're going to get a live hit from Mikey Plemons in the flesh. All right, give me just a second. Let's go ahead and switch here and hit one of these numbers. All right, Mikey, how are you doing? Can you hear me? He might be muted, or I might not be able to hear him. I don't think any audio is coming through on his end. Yeah. Give us just a second. We're gonna try and troubleshoot. Okay. He's gonna rejoin it, I believe. I think he's gonna rejoin. We'll have Mikey's live hit in just a minute here. Bear with us, folks. A lot of bark and no bite in Fort Wayne. Yeah, everything's kind of staying just to your south. Dayton, Ohio might see a couple isolated stronger storms this evening. Nothing insane. Okay. Looks like we have Mikey's feedback. Let's try this one more time here. So we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for those storms in the Dakotas. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Mikey here now. All right, can you hear me, Mikey?
Yeah, can you hear me this time?
Yep, I can hear you. How you doing?
I was good. I muted myself.
That's all right. It happens.
All right. I'm in northern Indiana. You can see my spotter dot, I'm sure, but I'm surrounded by shelf clouds. There's a shelf cloud coming at me from every direction.
Yeah.
You can see a shelf cloud there. A shelf cloud here with a bunch of little dangly bits. They're not, holy crap, lightning. They're not tornadic, but just cute little.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful looking shelf.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. You just can't see it on my stream because my camera is terrible in low light, but
yeah,
there's like a 30% chance to get hit by lightning while I'm out here.
maybe don't get hit by lightning. That would not be good for your health.
Sweet. Oh yeah. Wow. Heck yeah.
Man, we just got some crazy lightning right in the live hit here from Mikey Plemons in northeastern Indiana. He is right now. He's near Ligonier.
Yeah, and then if you see, if you look this way, there's some over there. I think it's just a continuation of the shelf, but it's a lot lower.
Yeah,
the lightning bolt illuminates it.
Yeah, I see that there's a cell to your north, a cell to your south, a cell to your west.
Yeah,
you're surrounded on all sides, pretty much by storms.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Back in there, it looks like a really low shelf cloud, which is pretty cool. It's just lightning is shy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's a crazy looking feature right there. Funnel cloud looking thing. A lot of low rings.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's so many.
Yeah. That's incredible. So what's the chase been like tonight so far?
It's been, I mean, if you're going for tornadoes, it's been pretty abysmal, but as a storm chaser, you don't just chase tornadoes. It's been a gorgeous sunset, it seemed like, for the past 2 hours. So pretty neat.
Wow. Yeah. The sunset you were showing us was absolutely stunning earlier. You were sit there parked for a while. I was like, my goodness.
I think there's some smoke, like some mid-level smoke. So you can see the sun, like, to look straight at it. Pretty neat.
Yeah, that's always nice. You get those extra particles in there that break up that UV so you can look at it.
Yeah. I'm going to turn my lights on.
Yeah, go for it. See, really just a beautiful view you've got out there, though.
Yeah, for sure. This lightning is pretty fun to play with.
Yeah. Just don't get hit. Put the umbrella away. Or the kite. We don't need Ben Frank 2.0. It looks like maybe we lost Mikey's feed there. Oh, no, he's still there. You still there, Mikey? Can you hear me? Okay. We did lose him that time. All right, so we may have lost Mikey for a moment. Since we lost him for at least a second here, I'm gonna quickly jump onto what's going on out in Arizona. We did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning out here. It's just a continuation of the same storm that Scott and Mark are headed towards. You're gonna see them on the left-hand side of your screen here in just a moment. There they are. You can see them. You can also see Evan and Drew. They got the in-cab cam going on there. I believe that should be Evan on the left-hand side. Drew is, I guess, not in the vehicle at the moment, but they're talking about something. We got the two of them active right now. It looks like they're at a McDonald's. How about that? But yeah, we've got a really incredible view from Mikey in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Just a lot of lightning out there. Really, really cool stuff. from Mikey. We did lose his live hit, but we got to talk to him for a couple of minutes. Hopefully, he didn't get struck by lightning. I'm joking, by the way. He did not get struck by lightning. We just lost his feed. You can still see his broadcast in the top left-hand corner of your screen. And he's just been killing it. So, but yes, again, Scott and Mark in the middle of your screen are not terribly far. They are in cells right now. So not terribly far from this considerable severe thunderstorm warning here in southern Arizona. So again, here's where they're at right now. And obviously the storm is off to their west. So they're going to be headed out that direction again here soon. It looks like they're getting gas real quick. Jumping back into the Dakotas where we have that stronger set of storms. We got a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning, also considerable tagged, including Prairie City, Bison, and Meadow here in South Dakota. That's going to be tagged for 2-inch hail. So a lot of these storms, this storm has been a prolific long-tracked wind and hail producer, has been a very, very solid one here. Might have a decent looking hail core here right now too. Yeah. Definitely a decent looking hail core here right now. You can see some of those silvers just getting mixed into there on the right-hand side of your screen. Try to get a better look at it. There we go. See some of those silvers and grays getting mixed in there. Very, very strong updraft here. 60 dBz values getting launched up to 40,000 feet in the air. 50 dBz values, those are your reds, getting launched close to 45,000 feet in the air. So a really, really strong storm out there for sure. Definitely producing some of that hail. Is Newport News doing good? I think that's out in Indiana, isn't it? I don't know exactly where that is. It might be on my screen right now, to be honest with you. I just don't know exactly where it is. I'll check on it. 1 second. Oh, that's Virginia. Wait, what? There's no severe thunderstorm warnings in Virginia at the moment, if that's what you're talking about. Wait, what am I looking for? Oh, I'm not looking in the right. Wait, what? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, there it is. Newport News. So a flash flood warning in place in Newport News right now in Virginia. Just some general rain. Whoops, didn't mean to zoom in like that. Sorry. General stratiform rain in your area. Nothing crazy going on. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Is Newport News in Virginia. Dayton, Ohio tomorrow definitely could be looking at some stronger storms out there. You can always view the probabilistic outlook on our website, so you can check for yourself too. So you know what's coming. I'm going to link that in the chat for you there. Sparks VFX. You can always check there so you know what's coming. Tomorrow, Dayton, Ohio is included in that 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. They're also included in a 2% tornado risk and a 30% SIG 1 wind risk. So definitely looking at a high probability that you'll see some damaging winds out there tomorrow. Wow. I feel like the tornado risk could be upgraded to a 5% or even a SIG 1. Probably not. I think it's going to be too messy of a storm mode for a 5% risk to really be in place at any point. All right, let's jump back down to Arizona, where Mark and Scott are out there monsoon chasing right now. Southern Arizona, west of Tucson. You're going to see there is the Case Man. Right there near San Luis. And this considerable warned severe thunderstorm, not terribly far to their west. They are continuing to move towards it. Caseman on the case, fork found in kitchen. Of course, Scott and Mark do an incredible job Mark Sudduth, very, very well known with hurricane track. It really was so cool to get to chase with him for about 10 days out in the plains back at the end of May and beginning of June. Right now, the hail is very strong. Where at? You said Newport earlier, or you said Newport News. I assumed you were talking about Virginia. The only place where there's really any hail going on right now is out here in South Dakota near Lodgepole in Prairie City. That's going to be for Perkins County. This is still a heck of a storm out here, by the way. Just a very, very strong updraft here. Certainly capable of producing that golf ball size hail, getting those magentas up to about 40,000 feet in the air. Those are your 60 dBz values. You're going to see some of those silvers, those 70 plus dBz values sneaking in there as well. So a very, very strong storm. You can see Evan and Drew in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, one of their first cameos here this evening. Not sure if they're going to do a live hit with us later on tonight. But it would be nice if we got to hear from them for sure. No, Sparks, you're good, bro. It's not deep. You live at Virginia Beach. Chukasoba, good to see you in the chat. Really going to keep a lot of my attention down here in Arizona, since that is where Mark and Scott are sort of at. Again, they're towards San Luis right now, just northwest of Sells. They're getting gas, but actually, I'm not. I don't know that that feed is actually live right now that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. I might need to refresh that because they already got gas just a minute ago. I might need to, let me see if I can refresh this. Uno momento. Let's try this. Maybe not wanting to work for me here. Looks like Mikey's feed in the top left is live. It looks like maybe. Okay, I think Evan and Drew may have ended their broadcast for the night. Actually, that might have been what happened with their feed. Let me double check on that. Okay, yeah, they just ended their broadcast. So I was like, that looks like everything looped for them. So their broadcast has ended for the evening. They're no longer going to be out there. I'm going to see if I can get a traffic camera that might be worth paying attention to. Maybe we can get one out in Fort Wayne. There's some all right ones out there. Whoa, a lot of lightning with these storms, man. Let's do this one. It's very rainy on this camera, but a lot of lightning out there. A lot of lightning in Kendallville, Indiana. Yeah, I believe it. There's a lot of lightning with these storms out there in Indiana and Ohio. Yeah, nothing concerning on the map right now in terms of any type of rotation, any type of tornado producing storms. But definitely a little bit of a wind bag could be forming here as we move on into Ohio here. Things starting to cross that border out of Indiana into Ohio. Going to bring a little bit more of a windbag threat. You're going to notice that Boeing segment looks like it's starting to form a little bit. That storm mode is definitely going to take over into the later hours this evening for sure. And our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, the other ones that were in the Dakotas have been lifted. So we've just got the one downstream warning now. So that's cleaned up the map a little bit. It's tagged for tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on there as well. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's try to do this. Yeah, you can see this is a derived product. It's the possibility of severe hail. And you can see 100%. That's what the white means. So a 100% chance that there is severe threshold hail in that core. According to the algorithm, anyway. And our Arizona storm has also just been downgraded. So no longer a considerable severe thunderstorm out here. That's the one that Scott and Mark are headed towards right now. Of course, they are out near Sells in San Luis. Yeah, nothing really crazy going on this evening. Honestly, I thought things would get a little more active than they've been, but there's still a lot of time, as it is really the later hours this evening that look to be some of the most concerning. We're gonna have a lot of storms starting to fire off back towards the Chicago area as we get closer to around 11 p.m. and midnight here tonight. We're still gonna have plenty of storms back into the Ohio Valley, especially eastern Ohio into Virginia, maybe even southwestern Pennsylvania as well. That's in the overnight hours tonight. And then maybe some discrete storms might fire off back into the Dakotas near the border. We still have that one storm that's been a long tracked hail producing supercell near the border of the Dakotas. We could see a couple more storms that are similar in nature begin to develop, and then eventually more of a like windbag event as they eventually move down towards Sioux Falls later on in the evening, and then into Iowa by tomorrow morning. Yeah, my main concern is tomorrow. Like, I think an early morning or afternoon broadcast tomorrow is definitely in the cards, as there are going to be stronger storms rolling through the Chicago area by like noon tomorrow. And then that threat is really going to continue. But things will become a lot more linear later in the day tomorrow as it moves into Kentucky and Virginia later on. I don't think things will be quite as strong into the overnight hours, essentially, on a Tuesday. But yeah, again, I still think we're going to get some stronger storms overnight tonight in the Chicago area as well. So everyone out in the Chicago area, got to make sure that you're paying attention. Storms hitting Mount Sterling tonight. Let's test my geography, see if I can remember where Mount Sterling is, because I don't think I do. I think it was just to the southwest of Columbus. It is. Oh my goodness, I'm a genius. Yeah, you might see a couple of storms out in the Mount Sterling area this evening. Not anything crazy. If you did get anything, it would most likely be like closer to midnight tonight. And then you'll definitely be getting storms there tomorrow without any shadow of a doubt, like in the morning tomorrow. You'll have storms rolling through there. And then a second wave will roll through in the afternoon tomorrow as well. Yeah, I don't know why it is. Oops, let's try that again. Do that. I don't know why exactly. It looks like Mark and Scott's feed I'm going to go ahead and just try and completely redo this and see if I can fix this here. Because their feed has been all messed up. Oops. Okay, we just got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning put in place in South Dakota. So that was an upgrade here. We got baseball-sized hail with just a significant monster hail core out there. Kill a King with another $2 super chat. Just for the record, you don't have to $2 super chat. I'll reply to your message if you just send it in the chat. You don't have to send a $2 super chat, but I'm very, very grateful. We did just get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here for that baseball-sized hail. You can see 2.75-inch hail out here in Perkins County, South Dakota. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out there. But to answer your question, what about the overnight for Indiana, 2 a.m. to 10 a.m.? So throughout Indiana tonight, we're definitely going to be looking at stronger storms starting to roll through, maybe a little bit closer to 3. They're going to be rolling out of Chicago around 1 to 2 a.m. And then by like 3 or 4 a.m., they'll be moving more through central northern Indiana and then pushing down through central Indiana by around 8 a.m., even into southeastern Indiana, like east of Indianapolis by around 8 a.m. on Tuesday. And then that second wave will come through the same areas throughout Indiana by maybe around like 2 or 3 p.m., maybe even closer to noon, honestly. So multiple waves of severe weather coming. Okay, Mikey's feed is also offline for the evening. Got it. I am trying to get Mark's feed, Mark and Scott, back here. I'm trying to fix their feed up. See if I can get that in just a moment here. Okay, let's put them in slot 1 and go to 1 cam mode, and there they are. Okay, now they're live. Yeah, it kept looping their feed back from when they started it. For some reason, they were getting gas. I don't know why it was doing that. But yeah. But Mikey, good to see you in the chat. Have there been any tornadoes today? No confirmed tornadoes. We had a couple of tornado warnings, one in Vermont, one in Indiana. Yes, I did hear about the Ransom, Illinois tornado last night. Absolutely. I was still awake. It was right before I went to bed. I saw that. But unfortunately, I had to get to bed because I had work today. And then had to help Taylor and Lorian put up their couch, which we did not finish the job. We got to come back later tonight or tomorrow morning to finish that job. Yeah, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Mark and Scott out there chasing monsoon season in Arizona. They had a lot of flooding down there a little bit ago. Man, this Chris Phelps guy has been all over this storm. Oh, that's actually Falcon storm chasing. That's funny. He's been all over this this prolific hail-producing storm out here in South Dakota. You're going to notice that there is a little bit of a hail spike that is starting to show up on radar. I don't know what the Cape values are going to be in Dayton, Ohio tomorrow. I wish I could give you a good answer, but you can check all that stuff out for yourself on various free weather applications that exist online. Take a look at those. But yeah, just a monster hail core that we've got here. Let's take another volumetric look at it. It's been getting closer and closer to the Rapid City radar, so we're getting better and better views on it over time here. Let's take another picture of this one here. Just a monster hail core here. I mean, all of those silvers getting into the mix is very impressive. This is a very, very powerful hail core here. You're going to notice that the lowest angle or the lowest view we can get at it is still above 10,000 feet in the air. But regardless, we're still launching 50 dBz values, 50,000 feet in the air. That's your reds here that are getting up to about 50,000 feet in the air at the top of the storm. And you're getting those 60 dBz values getting above 40,000 feet in the air. Those are your magentas. So a very, very powerful updraft here, and one that is most certainly capable of producing that baseball-sized hail. And this is radar indicated. It is also tornado possible tagged, interestingly. There is a little bit of broad rotation at the mid to upper levels here at around 10,000 feet. No idea what's going on at the surface, though. I don't think any spotter reports have been made throughout the storm at really any points. I'll check in on the storms that are crossing into Ohio now. Yeah, definitely a broad mesocyclone here near Venedosia. I don't know. A broad mesocyclone there, nothing tornadic at all, but a broad mesocyclone for sure. None of these storms looking particularly concerning out here to me. Still worth paying attention to. But beautiful scenes out there from Mark and Scott in Arizona. Safe Flight's going to be making bank with that storm. Well, the thing about it is that no one's really out here in Perkins County, South Dakota. There's some folks, there's some towns out here. Prairie City, Bison Meadow, all about to get slammed. Lodgepole just got a bunch of that rain, or a bunch of that hail, excuse me. So a very, very, very strong cell out here. Most certainly. I mean, all these whites here are the algorithm determining that there's a 100% chance of severe hail in this storm, which is kind of stating the obvious when you look at those DBZs. It's a very, very prolific hail producing storm here. Apparently, there has been at least a 2-inch hailstone that was confirmed by a weather spotter at some point with this storm. Nothing really crazy going on in Fort Wayne. Just some general thunderstorms out there. A lot of lightning. You notice a lot of lightning, but nothing tornadic. Nothing to worry about in terms of tornado threat or anything like that. Apologies. I don't know what just happened there. My cables got all tangled. But yeah, we can play through. Let me pull some frames back and we'll show the radar loop here. Have I watched the movie Pressure? No, actually, but I know somebody who was involved with working on that movie, or at least read the script and like provided some feedback. And it seemed like such a cool film. I got to hear about what the film was about before the trailer was released as a result of that, and it was really cool sounding. And I actually haven't seen it yet. I need to get to that. I haven't seen any new movies in forever. I haven't seen the new Spider-Man, although that one's very new. There's a lot of things that I need to go see. But I've heard some decent things about Pressure. But the concept is incredible. Have I watched the TV show Last Man Standing with Tim Allen? It's a classic. It's a great show. You just watched it. It was out of this world. Really, it's that good. That's awesome. I love to hear that. Such a cool concept of a film. Yeah, Last Man Standing is a classic. Tim Allen's just a classic in general. anything with Tim Allen's usually at least decent, you know. Still staying with all of these storms out here in Ohio. It looks like in Indiana too, but it looks like this mesocyclone, by the way, is begun shifting out towards the leading edge of the storm. You'll notice a little while ago it was much more in the back end of the storm, and it started to rotate around. Basically, it's kind of pulling itself around to the front of the storm. If that trend could continue, and again, keep in mind that we're also going up in altitude because we're going further and further away from the radar unit here. This is about 6,500 feet or so. If that trend continues, it could have the potential to become tornadic here if it can make it a little further to the leading edge of this storm. It's pretty close right now, so definitely one to keep an eye on for a potential tornado threat. Nothing crazy, but Madison County, Ohio, bigger today or tomorrow. I don't know where Madison is. Oh, Madison County, Ohio. That's where Mount Sterling is. Okay. I would say the threat is definitely greater tomorrow. Yeah, I think we might actually be getting this mesocyclone organizing itself a little bit here on the front edge of this wind bag, essentially, and especially as the low level jet comes into play, and possibly a little bit of rear inflow jet action with the storm as well. As you can see, it really starting to bow out. This could be one that could become problematic here over time. Over time, excuse me. I'm not super concerned about it, but it is one that we should definitely pay close attention to. The surface winds are just not very favorable. What just happened? I had BTAR for half a second and it went away. How could you do this to me? There we go. The surface winds are not. Why does my METAR keep going away? They're not incredibly favorable for this. They're coming mostly out of the southwest. If that shift became a little bit more out of the south, or even the southeast, it would be a lot better for this storm. So we'll see what's going to happen with that. I did notice there was like no wind in the storm that hit Mount Sterling this morning. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know exactly what it looked like on radar, but that doesn't blow my mind. We had a very windy pop-up summertime air mass thunderstorm out here in Starkville, Mississippi earlier today, which is at a really inconvenient time because we were trying to move furniture and it just started absolutely pouring. And that storm, summertime pop-up storm, they don't really move much. It just sat there on top of us until it eventually dissipated. So back from Olive Garden. I love Olive Garden. I haven't been to an Olive Garden in forever. It's not real Italian food. Let's make that clear. But I still love it. It's still good. Like I enjoy it a lot. What state am I located in? I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I now live in Starkville, Mississippi, where I'm doing my master's. So I live like 8 months of the year in Starkville, Mississippi, and 4 months of the year in St. Louis, Missouri. This storm's actually becoming a little bit more concerning here near Spencerville, pretty much by the minute. No sound. I'm breaking up. Is everybody experiencing that, or I can try to troubleshoot that if everybody's experiencing that as well, or if it's just Ruth maybe. Sounds good. Okay. All right. Man, thank you guys. Thank you so much for the 7 layers of confirmation. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Ruth, maybe refresh your browser or the stream. That might help. Sometimes that helps. 9 layers. Yeah, literally. Everybody's helping out. It's one big happy family here at WBWX. Okay. I don't know if the Wilmington radar is going to be still a lot further away. There really ought to be a radar in like Marion or something, or Lima. Maybe Lima. I don't know. Findlay actually might be the ideal spot. Really, like if there was a radar unit like just outside of Findlay, like in Rawson, that would be perfect. Because there's definitely a pretty bad radar hole out here in northwestern Ohio. Yeah, the storm out here near Spencerville is looking a little bit more concerning. Sometimes people crack me up. Anyway, in the bottom left of your screen, you're still watching a hurricane track. That's Mark Sudduth and Scott Caseman, the case man out there on the case. We still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning producing baseball-sized hail in South Dakota as well. It's rolling through Bison right now. You can see that hail spike very prominent here. I'll go ahead and circle it for you. There's that three body scatter hail spike. A very, very cool one. Very, very cool radar artifact, I should say. As this is a very strong storm out here through Prairie City and Bison. This is all in Perkins County, South Dakota right now. I think if they call for bad weather, a news station should deploy their mobile radar. Well, most news stations do not have a mobile radar. They cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're incredibly expensive to purchase, maintain, and operate. Possibly even millions of dollars. They're incredibly expensive. There is the project called the DOW, the Doppler on Wheels project, which does exactly what you're talking about. Though they launch it to try and get really, really high resolution radar data for research purposes, and they also take it to areas where radar coverage is poor to try and get better radar coverage in those moments as well. This is still tornado possible tag, by the way, near Prairie City and Bison, and there is a little bit of rotation here at the upper levels. Around 8,600 feet. And look at that. Look at that beautiful sunset peeking through the clouds, by the way, in the bottom left of your screen. Oh, now my METAR wants to work? Okay. Well, again, my point still stands. The winds are really coming too much out of the west for it to be super favorable for this storm. But it's still one to pay attention to just in case, the one that's out here near Spencerville. Definitely one we want to continue to watch. It's getting into some of that melting layer contamination business going on here. You can see that bright banding, all that purple that's making a circle here. So I see you looking up, down, and around. How many screens you have to look at? 4. I have 4. So I have the one when I'm looking right here. This is the one that I keep the radar on. The one to my left, when I look this way, is when I'm trying to look at what you guys are seeing. So I'm looking at my own feed, essentially. It's where I have OBS, open broadcast software, where I control the back end of everything. My top monitor is where I'm monitoring the YouTube feed to make sure things don't completely cut out. It's also where I have the chat, and it's also where I have my warning box for the National Weather Service, so I can see every single active warning at any given moment. And it's also where I have Google Chrome, so I can tap into anything I need to. And then in the top left, if I look up here, that's where Discord is. So I'm usually communicating with my team or my storm chasers. If I'm looking up to the top left, like right here, for example, Tim just sent me a picture of Dexter and said that, why does it kind of look like the older version of me, which I don't think it does at all. But like, for example, I can look up to the top left and communicate with the team. A lot of times I have team members in my ear helping out with those things as well. I actually didn't even join the live channel tonight, so they couldn't have joined even if they wanted to, because I forgot to join it. But no one's really around tonight anyway, so not a huge deal. I am going to quickly run and hit the restroom, and then I'll be right back in just about like 30 to 45 seconds. I will be right back. Bear with me. All right. We are so back. The chair stream has ended. I hate to break it to you. No more chair stream. I know we got some chair stream enjoyers in the chat. But no more chair stream. All right. I really do like these in-ear monitors, these earbuds, headphones, but they can be really difficult to actually put on my head sometimes, put in my ears. What's going on? All right. You could hear me opening that soda can. I opened that like pretty far away. That's kind of surprising that you could hear that. All right, we are back and good to go. I don't think any of these storms are tagged tornado possible, by the way, out here in Ohio. It's in Western Ohio. And then the one out in South Dakota, in Perkins. Did we get a new one? No, we did not. Okay. That one, I will say, this storm really has a lot of favorable ingredients. Look at these surface winds. Now, dew points are not incredible. This is a 83 degrees over a 64-degree dew point. So that's a pretty steep dew point depression, but still really solid winds coming out of the southeast. So a well-backed environment, which explains why this has been a pretty prolific, long-lived supercell since it's been able to remain entirely discrete. And I think the tornado possible tag makes sense. No storm in North. Did I say North Dakota? I meant South Dakota. Did I say North Dakota? Or am I losing my mind? I might be losing my mind. I mean, we're in Perkins County, South Dakota. Oh, you wish there was a storm in North Dakota. Oh, okay. I got you. Had me second guessing everything I think I know. Oh, okay. I got you. Is there a possibility I'm live all the way till 3 a.m. or longer? Probably not. No. Probably not. Unless some crazy business goes on. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but very, very unlikely. I'd give it like a 0.5% chance. Thank you for your South Dakota coverage, of course. I'm here to cover every single thing in the United States and even in Canada a lot of the time, or sometimes. We'll be getting even more into Canada a little later on, so. How tall am I? I'm not answering that question. I gotta leave it up to imagination. I'm not 5'4". Now everyone's just trying to guess my height. I'm not gonna tell you guys. I'm leaving it up to interpretation. One day, like a photo is gonna come out with like me and somebody that you know the height of that person, and then you're gonna know. You're gonna be like, oh man, this guy is really short or average height or really tall. You never know. I'm not gonna tell you. You are not going to tell. You might find out in some of our new content actually that's coming up in about a week from now. You might end up finding out almost accidentally or incidentally next Monday evening. I really, you have no idea how excited I am for this new content that's coming. Literally no idea. Tornado Explorer Alt, good to see you in the chat. Storm is looking decently solid here just to the southwest of Bison, South Dakota. We're in Perkins County here. Yeah, sometimes you have to take this rotation with a grain of salt because we're in a little bit of a radar hole. We're looking at around 8,500 feet in the air here. We also do have a storm spotter out there. So most likely, if this storm was producing anything, the National Weather Service would instantly know from that storm spotter. So that's possibly if they're in communication with that spotter or have that spotter's feed open, for example, if they're broadcasting, that's one of the types of ways for sure. That would keep them from issuing a tornado warning, out of caution, essentially. Still watching Mark and Scott in the bottom left of your screen, by the way. Monsoon chasing down there. They might have something here. They're kind of turning around, zooming in on something. Oh, there's like a big old rain shaft out there that they're looking at off in the distance. That looks insane. Look at what they're seeing out here. Mark and Scott, I'm going to go ahead and jump to Arizona in the bottom of your screen here to show you where they're at. So they are in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. I think I said left by accident. Scott and Mark are right here, and I don't know exactly what direction they're facing. I assume they're looking off to their northwest, so they're probably looking out this way at this storm, and that is a stunning scene. Just an absolutely stunning scene here from Mark and Scott. You can see the sun poking through. You can see multiple different rain shafts, possibly a microburst or something coming down in the middle of your screen, like the middle right side of your screen. And then another tilted rain shaft you can see on the left-hand side. It almost looks like a, a giant tornado off in the distance. Obviously, it's not. That's rain. But just a really, really gorgeous scene out here. A lot of beautiful monsoon precipitation in southern Arizona here. This is near Ajo and Childs. Mark and Scott on the case out here. Really, really incredible stuff. This is just beautiful. I am definitely not 6'7". Not even close. Killer King with another $5 super chat, man. Thank you so much. You've been so incredibly generous tonight. Asking if there's any tornadic activity in Indiana. At the moment, no. I'll jump over there really quickly. Let me move Scott Mark back to the bottom left of your screen. You're going to notice we are still looking at some general stronger storms out here, especially in eastern Indiana, south of Fort Wayne. And maybe a couple other cells, like one firing off near Rochester that maybe could do something. Probably not. There's probably not enough atmospheric recovery action going on out there for that storm to do anything. Most of these storms are not really going to be producing much of any tornado threat here. Everything's very messy, very outflow dominant. Sorry, that was probably loud. Smacked my mic. So no tornadic activity at the moment in Indiana. Tomorrow, that could change up a little bit. There is a very large 2% risk region in Indiana tomorrow. So. All right. So I'm going to put Scott and Mark's feed back up large again, because what they have right now is just absolutely breathtaking down in Arizona. This is part of the reason I'm so jealous that they're getting to monsoon chase. I mean, my goodness. So the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you're going to see the storm that they're looking at. I'll circle them again. Oops. There we go. So here's Scott and Mark, and they're looking off to their northwest at this absolutely gorgeous storm. Just an absolutely stunning storm. You can see they had the drone up. That's what we were looking at, was the drone. And they're bringing it back down right now, it seems. So possibly going to lose that gorgeous view here. There they are. There's Mark. Oh, man. It's good to see them. What is this truck that they're driving, by the way? I haven't seen this truck. I'm used to the hail-guarded Tacoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What in the world? Is that Iowa? Did we just get a tornado warning in Iowa? What is going on in Iowa? I haven't even looked out there. What is going on? Did I just see that correctly? Was that Iowa? Is that these like little mini supercells firing off out here? Is that what this is? I bet you it is. I bet you it's this guy right here. That must have been like a funnel cloud was reported or something like that. What just happened? How did we just end up getting a tornado warning in Iowa? I'm assuming I read that correctly. It was very small. I'm not sure if I read that correctly. We're going to find out in just a second here. What in the world? All we have are these mini supercell action. Yeah, that's what it was. Is this storm out here near Ryan? Can you believe that? Unbelievable. So we have a tornado warning out here near Ryan. This is going to be in Delaware County, Iowa. So this is in like kind of central eastern Iowa here, north of Cedar Rapids, where we have a mini supercell. We've had so many of these mini supercell blips that have produced tornadoes or been capable of producing tornadoes over the last month or so. We had a bunch in Wisconsin a few weeks ago. We had some in Illinois literally yesterday. I don't think there was a report. Yes, radar indicated rotation is what this was. Unless there's like maybe a report of a funnel cloud from Spotter Network. I'm not seeing anything. There's one chaser who's out there, Colin Holdsworth. So, yeah, we have a tornado warning in Iowa. Definitely not what I expected to see tonight. I can tell you that much. But yeah, so if you're out here in Delaware County, Iowa, definitely make sure that you're getting yourself to a basement, specifically if you're out here near Robinson or Ryan or north of Coggin out here in Iowa. The storm chaser that's out there, no, I cannot show you his feed. He's not one of our signed storm chasers. I don't know who that is, to be quite honest with you. It is Colin Holdsworth, though. Whoever he is, he's killing it right now. He's on the only tornado warning on the map, and it's in an unexpected area. So shout out to Colin. That's crazy. Little baby supercell out here. Little mini spinny. What am I thinking tomorrow about northern Indiana and Illinois, possibly a derecho? It is definitely possible that we could see a derecho tomorrow. I think a very significant wind event is definitely on, in the cards. You know, it is definitely not outside the realm of possibility for tomorrow. Look at that crazy amber coming through on Mark and Scott's feed in the bottom left. By the way, out there monsoon chasing in Arizona, just unbelievable colors coming through in that sunset. Just beautiful stuff down there. Little eye candy for you while we track the tornado warning that is in place here for the mini supercell out here near Robinson and Ryan. This is going to be for Delaware County, Iowa. I don't think that tomorrow's tornado risk will be upgraded to a 5%. It's possible. It's definitely possible, but I doubt it, especially since they didn't upgrade today's to a 5%, which I think was the right decision. That was loud. Yeah, a little mini supercell going on out here in Iowa. This is so random. This is just to the northeast of Cedar Rapids, northwest of Davenport, kind of west or just southwest of Dubuque. I'm LARPing with that big Texan baseball cap. Bro, I've literally been there. I bought this at the store there. I've been to Amarillo, I've been to Lubbock, all sorts of areas out there in the Oklahoma Panhandle, Texas Panhandle, the Panhandles region. Never mind, carry on. I accept you. Yeah, the Big Texan was great. I have photos, a bunch of photos. I ran into Andrew Markowitz while I was there, like completely randomly. That was hilarious. I was happened to be texting him, and I was like, yeah, we just got to Amarillo. We're going to the Big Texan. He was like, what? I'm in the building right now. And I was like, no way. We're in the parking lot. So I went and met up with him, which was hilarious. Bang. This was my meal at the Big Texan. I had a steak, the mac and cheese, and like that like jalapeno corn. It was unbelievably good. It was green chili cream corn or something. The corn was like stupidly good. It was just phenomenal for no reason. And here's me and Andrew Markowitz at the Big Texan. Here's the two of us with the bull. That was a fun day. That was a very fun day and good food. The Big Texan did have definitely some good food. Yeah, for those who don't know, Ben is from the Dallas area, the DFW region. Ben Artemis in the chat. That is our video editor and director of production. He does a phenomenal job with us. What's my favorite musical artist? Oh, I don't even know, to be honest with you. There was a pretty long, like there's a decently long period, maybe a couple of years where I would have confidently said Dominic Fike. And I still love his music, but like I listen to such a variety, and I listen to a lot of country, and I listen to a bunch of different genres too. So it's really hard for me to just choose like one artist right now, because so many of the things that I listen to are like vastly different. I think Chris Stapleton is one of the most talented. I think he is the most talented vocalist in country music history, and I absolutely love his music. So Chris Stapleton's definitely very high up there for me. Like I said, I listen to a lot of country, but I listen to a lot of other stuff. I listen to a lot of random things too. But I do listen to a lot of country lately, especially because I've been playing so much guitar lately. And a lot of that stuff's what I like to play on guitar the most. Katy Perry. Mikey, Nader Mike in the chat coming in hot with the Katy Perry shout. Who's Chris Stapleton? Brother. If you want to listen to the greatest national anthem ever sung in United States history, look up the Chris Stapleton national anthem at the Super Bowl from like 2 years ago. It was incredible. Literally like the greatest national anthem of all time. I will say Charlie Puth did a phenomenal job at this year's Super Bowl. Or not the Super Bowl. What was he at? Was it the Super Bowl? Or was it, what was he at? What did he just do? I don't think it was the World Cup. Like, what did he just do the national anthem at? I don't know. Whatever Charlie Puth just did it at not terribly long ago. I feel like it was the Super Bowl back in February, but that feels so long ago. Anyway, his was phenomenal as well. His national anthem was great. Creedence Clearwater Revival. I'm familiar. I am familiar. Yeah, Charlie Puth is unbelievably talented. Whether you like his music or not, it really doesn't matter. There's no denying that dude's talent. He's one of the more talented musicians in the last few decades. Like you can think about guys like him and like Pharrell Williams, guys that really have just like revolutionized the game, just completely changed things. Just really, really talented people in multiple. When you're able to change and leave an impact on multiple different genres, that's how you know that artist is incredible. Yes, I do think tomorrow's severe weather event will be a little more significant than today's, specifically because of the wind threat for tomorrow. I think we're going to be looking at a pretty high end wind event um, tomorrow. It's definitely going to be possible. I used to listen to a lot of rap. I don't really anymore. I still dabble on occasion, but out in South Dakota, we did get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. And this one downstream is now going to be lowered just to tennis ball sized hail, just tennis ball sized hail, of course. Tennis balls made of ice falling out of the sky can literally be deadly if it hits you on the head. So you got to make sure that you're staying very vigilant out there in Perkins County, South Dakota. The storm is tornado possible tag too. I don't really think it's tornadic, but it could potentially reach that region. The tornado warning in Iowa County or Delaware County, Iowa. It's not really moving much. It's kind of centered. Excuse me, my goodness, just south of Manchester, right near Ryan, Iowa. Excuse me. Soda got to me there. Is upper fine? I'm not sure what you mean by upper. I feel like I remember there was an upper something in Ohio. Maybe I've lost the plot. I feel like there was an upper something like somewhere in Ohio. But in general, I don't think there's anything crazy going on. I just can't remember where it is, to be honest with you. Upper Sandusky, that's what it is. Yeah, but it's not upper. There it is. I got you. Yeah, Upper Sandusky. There it is. Yeah, everything's good there right now. All the storms are south of you. There is one to your northwest that might impact you a little later on tonight. No, I don't think Addie's talking about the UP of Michigan, because Addie was in here yesterday asking about the same area. That destructive tag was lifted, by the way, or the destructive warning in South Dakota, Perkins County was lifted. So fully replaced now. Why is Upper Sandusky south of Sandusky? I have no idea. I was wondering the same thing yesterday. It could be an elevation thing. I really don't know. Tornado warning still remains for Ryan. Again, this is a little mini spinny, and it was opted to be maintained as of 3 minutes ago. And this is one that they might just let the whole warning go through. It's not a populated area, and that storm isn't really moving, so it doesn't do that much good to lift it in case it recycles. It's not super close to the radar unit either. We're looking at around 5,300 feet in the air, so it's probably good to just leave this one up until it expires. Nah, you're good, brother. Yeah, my family's big on music too. Yeah, it's a little mini spinny. That's what it is. A little mini supercell. A little mini spinny. Before I end, is it possible to look at the models for tomorrow? Yeah, I can go through it really quickly. It doesn't hurt. I'm just gonna, just for the sake of time, I'm just gonna really quickly show what are we looking at? The 0Z her, which just finished fully rendering out. You're gonna notice that, and we can compare to the refs too, but the refs is in the summer, a lot of the times you're gonna see how much more explosive the refs look. When I switch to the refs, you're gonna see a lot stronger development. Same thing with the NAM, but that's summertime for you. The her, none of our models do an incredible job into the summer months. Sometimes you're going to see in the overnight hours near Chicago a lot more stronger storms that'll form more of a Boeing segment, more organized MCS as it rolls through Indiana and Ohio into the morning hours. That's going to dissipate as it eventually moves off towards the Virginias. It'll weaken a lot. And then our second wave around noon tomorrow is really going to be blowing through Illinois, the Chicago area, into Indiana, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Columbus, Dayton, all sorts of areas, even including parts of Kentucky, where embedded tornadoes will be possible, but a significant wind threat is the main concern for this. So that's really in the early afternoon hours, even the morning hours. You're going to see it's already getting organized here, as modeled by the HER by like 8 a.m. almost. And these are the same storms that we're looking at in the Dakotas right now, are just going to persist until they eventually become more explosive later on this evening, forming that big MCS that's just going to blow all the way down through the Ohio Valley. So very, very strong setup here for this evening, or for tomorrow morning, I should say, excuse me. And tomorrow in the early afternoon, we're probably going to be live in the early afternoon tomorrow. And then we'll see about a potential second broadcast. So we'll be live as things are rolling, like maybe through Chicago, through Indianapolis, through Cincinnati, and then things will weaken a lot. So we'll probably end the broadcast. Maybe a second broadcast in the later evening, but probably not. And then that second threat will start to really formulate for Wednesday afternoon and evening as well. And I do still think that Tuesday in the Dakotas is something to watch closely. Look at these supercells that the HER is modeling to fire off. Now, if any of these actually do fire off, I think the environment looks really, really all right out here. I mean, I can pull a sounding and show you that actually this one looks like garbage. What in the world did I just click on? Ignore that sounding. Let's try. It's sometimes it's really hard to get uncontaminated soundings out here sometimes. When you're looking at models, especially on the fly. See, maybe I go in like an hour earlier before all that air gets tapped into. Yeah, I mean, the soundings aren't looking super good actually here now, at least not as they were modeled this morning. They were looking much nicer this morning. This one's tornado tagged. You can see that it doesn't have a lot of helicity though. Not the most impressive looking sounding at all. This really doesn't need to be tornado tagged. But anyway, if we get supercells out here, the environment, as what I was looking at this morning anyway, looked like it was going to be quite juicy for potential hail producing storms and maybe some tornadoes as well. So that was something to watch. But that's a very conditional setup for tomorrow, because I think it's unlikely that we really get a lot of storms that break the cap tomorrow in the Dakotas. But in general, tomorrow, a significant wind event most certainly coming. Kaysen, thank you for tuning in tonight. Good to see you, my friend. No, I will not be dropping a video tomorrow morning, as my editor is currently moving. So he's going to be out of commission for like 2 or 3 days here. So our next forecast video will probably come pretty early on Thursday morning. But I will be live tomorrow, and I will be live probably on Wednesday as well. I don't have a video on how to read soundings, but that's something that we are going to do in the future. Yeah, no, I agree that tomorrow could easily be a sneaky tornado event in the Dakotas. I talked about that in our forecast video this morning, and I do still stand by that. Our tornado warning in Delaware County, Iowa, still active, by the way. It's got another 23 minutes remaining on it. A little mini spinny action out here. It doesn't look nearly as good as it did earlier. Out in Perkins County, South Dakota, still looking at a lot of hail with this storm, maybe some rotation in there as well. At least broad rotation at the mid levels. Not sure if anything could be surface based enough to be tornadic, though. I think tomorrow will go 5% tornado risk. Wouldn't rule out a moderate. If there was going to be a moderate, it would be wind driven. I don't think there's going to be a significant tornado threat tomorrow. I think it's going to be a much messier, but well organized MCS. I don't think that. I think embedded tornadoes will be possible, but not incredibly likely. We'll probably see one or two of them throughout the day tomorrow. So I think that a 5% tornado is possible. But in general, I'm much more concerned about the wind threat. Sparks, you can actually just make a ticket in our Discord, like a feedback ticket, and we can chat there if you want. Yeah, I think a moderate for wind damage is definitely, or for a wind threat, I should say, is definitely possible tomorrow. All right, I do have some really cool stuff to show from friend of WillBrattonWx, James Pettis here on Twitter. So check this out. So what we're looking at here is basically the HERS run of what it thinks is going to happen with this severe weather event tomorrow, and specifically that wind threat. So this is just the reflectivity over different timestamps, but all overlaid at once, so you can watch the progression of the storm. So basically, what you're looking at here is the path and like the width of the storm at different timestamps, and you can see how this thing is looking very, very derecho-esque for tomorrow. So I do think that a moderate risk is definitely possible for tomorrow, especially if we were going to see a moderate risk, it would be somewhere in this white circle. More specifically, it would probably be something along the lines of through here, throughout Indiana and Eastern Illinois towards the Chicago area, where we could easily see I think the environment's pretty much guaranteed that we're going to see some sort of severe weather in terms of wind in that region tomorrow. So, and again, this is just one model run of the HER. It's the 0Z HER, but very, very, very interesting stuff to see what a derecho might look like tomorrow if it does come to fruition here, as we roll all the way out of South Dakota through Iowa, through even maybe parts of southern Wisconsin, through the Chicago area, and down through Indianapolis, even eventually into northern Kentucky. So a lot of different areas that will be impacted by this severe weather tomorrow. Really cool stuff from James Pettis. I appreciate you letting us show that here on stream. Moderate risk is not something that we should wish. Absolutely. Yeah, we never want severe weather, for the record. Do I cover the tropics? And if so, what about the Eastern Pacific? So I do. I will cover the tropics when storms are going to impact, specifically like hurricanes or tropical storms might impact coastal areas along the United States. But most of my coverage is centered to the continental United States. So it's not super often that I'll be covering tropical stuff, but yeah, I do. I will cover it sometimes. Yeah, no, we do not want severe weather, by the way. Like, for the record, I do not. It's never a good thing when severe weather comes. Yes, it means that we get to spend time together on a live stream, sure. Or maybe for weather enthusiasts, it might be a little exciting. But in general, like the work that we do is all about, trying to do good in the community and save lives. And as a result, we obviously, and this is just part of being a good human being too. You never want storms that are going to deal a lot of damage to life and property. That's just the last thing you want. You think about a derecho event, and a lot of times it's mom and pop shops that are in the way, and you might lose the family business, or you might lose your home, whatever it may be. Severe weather is not something we want, but when it's there, we have to talk about it and we have to cover it. That's our job as meteorologists, of course, and it's of course the job of the public to try to stay aware of what's coming. The best tornadoes are the ones that happen in open fields. I couldn't have said it better myself, Bob Hutch. Tornado warning in Iowa just got shrunken down a little bit here. It's including just the one person that lives in Ryan. Little mini spinny action still going on here. Tornado warning has 16 minutes remaining on it. I'm going to check in on our South Dakota storm. Still considerable warned. There is a clear inflow notch here, but not a tight velocity couplet at the mid levels at around 7,000 feet here. But definitely some rotation in there. I don't know if this is something that could become tornadic or not, as we don't have a really a good low radar view here. The lowest image we can get is, like I said, 7,000 feet in the air. So it probably won't end up being a tornado producer, but we're still going to pay attention to it just in case. Do I think they'll go moderate in eastern Iowa and Wisconsin? Probably not, no. I assume you're talking about for tomorrow, of course. I think the enhanced here. Let me just show you what I think is maybe the most likely to happen. I think what could be more realistic is that the slight risk is extended a little bit, something like this. The enhanced risk is extended, maybe a little something like this. Something like that, especially a little bit more to the northwest. And then a moderate risk, let me like pull a red out here. A moderate risk might get put in place like through this region or something like that. I think that's the most likely scenario for upgrades for tomorrow. So we would be looking at that slight risk getting expanded through this region here. These are just incredible drawings. I know my art skills are really coming out for you guys here. That enhanced risk getting extended through these areas as well. And then that moderate risk coming into play kind of across the Illinois-Indiana region border here, where I think it is, and that could be shifted maybe even slightly to the southwest of where it is, to be honest with you. It could maybe be a little bit more something like this. So that's definitely something to watch out for. It's possible that we see a moderate risk for that wind threat for tomorrow. It's not incredibly likely, but if we were going to get one, that's probably what it would look like. I think it's definitely more likely than some people might realize. It might be somewhere around like a 40% chance maybe that a moderate's issued. I don't know. It depends on who's in the chair at the Storm Prediction Center. It depends on a lot of different things. There's a lot of different biases and things like that. So Yeah, by the way, this storm here in South Dakota is like literally the precursor for tomorrow's derecho or potential derecho event. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but this storm's just going to continue on its merry little way through the overnight hours here tonight. And then by the morning time, more storms are going to be firing off around this storm as it moves into this area closer to Sioux Falls. And see if I can, whoops. As we get off in that direction, things will get a lot more organized and then start to push on down through closer into Illinois and Wisconsin, through Iowa. Obviously, we do still have the tornado warning in Delaware County, Iowa right now for that mini spinny. And it doesn't look half bad. If it's broils, turn your alarms on. Yeah, fair enough. What kind of wind speeds do I think? I think we could easily be seeing isolated gusts of 80 miles per hour tomorrow. I think that very much seems like it's in play when I was looking at soundings. A spotter reported a funnel cloud on the South Dakota storm. It's not showing up for me yet. I'm not calling you a liar, but it's not showing up for me on Spotter Network. But you're probably right. And it wouldn't shock me. Definitely wouldn't shock me. That is correct, Caleb. It's a derecho is confirmed after the event. Like you can't look at a storm and be like, that's a derecho. It's about the quantity and duration, and by duration I mean length, not like time, of the damage that is sustained by a storm, like a long tracked storm. But again, it's Perkins County out here, South Dakota, still tagged for 2-inch hail. It's looking like this thing is becoming a little bit more favorable for tornadic activity. You can see that inflow notch is still pretty large here. Do I think there's any chance of them pulling the high risk out? No, I don't think so. Bet that's a pretty storm. Yeah, Jessica, I agree with you. I think this one is all out in open air here in South Dakota, and I bet you it's just awesome to look at. How many tornadoes have we had tonight? A whopping 0. We've had a couple tornado warnings, including one active right now in Delaware County, Iowa. Near the town of Ryan, this one has about 10 minutes remaining on it. It's a little mini spinny action. Whole lot of action. It really isn't that much. In the bottom left, by the way, we're still following along with Mark and Scott with Hurricane Track down there. Monsoon chasing in Arizona. Of course, little photogenic action out there. You can still see a little bit of that amber just poking through at the horizon there. A lot of lightning off in the distance as well. Just brief flashes along the horizon. Have I seen a tornado in real life? Yes, I have. This still really is the most interesting cell on the map to me. Obviously, that mini spinny is always fun to look at, but this one out here in South Dakota looks the most persistent. It's been a very, very long tracked supercell. It's produced up to baseball sized hail at some point. So for for context, this cell originated out here near Bowman, and originally it wasn't really moving much. And then as that synoptic environment started to shift a little bit later on, it eventually started getting yanked on down to the southeast here, and eventually it's going to start to turn a little bit more eastward into the overnight hours. So a very long track supercell. This one's been on the map for like 2 hours or something, or 3 hours. 2 hours? I don't even know. Probably about 2 hours. It's got quite the inflow notch going, but it's still a kind of a wide inflow notch. So if that thing tightens up at all, we'll definitely be looking at the potential for tornado genesis here. This has been tornado possible tag for quite a while now. You're going to see it, boom. Oops, there's that tornado possible tag in the left-hand side of your screen highlighted in blue. But we're looking at around 7,000 feet in the air. 7,000 or 6,700 feet in the air. We're getting closer and closer to the Rapid City radar. So we're just starting to get a little bit of a better view on this storm over time here, but in general, still hard to get a good picture on it. Can't see anything below 6,700 feet. This other little cell that fired off behind it, if it provides a nudge to that RFD and starts to pinch off that inflow a little bit, if we can get that RFD to pull around something like this, then that inflow would get pinched off. It's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. The laws of physics say that that air has to speed up, essentially. And as a result, you would get enhanced inflow and enhanced updraft and maybe tornado genesis at that point. We see that all the time with these types of storms. Yeah, the main limitation for the Dakotas tomorrow is going to be that dry air entrainment at around maybe 700 millibars or so, but a little bit of a temperature inversion, dry air stuck up there. Basically, storms just not able to really consistently break the cap, and even if little cumulus bubbles are able to break the cap, they might not be able to consistently get parcels above the cap and reach the LFC to be able to freely convect. Looks like a K. It kind of does look like a K. It's kind of interesting. It does kind of look like a K. It's funny. Can storms in a supercell's inflow notch cause a rock in the river type of situation where some of the inflow swirls around and some of it turns streamwise? Sort of, yes, but usually when you get another cumulus bubble that gets in the inflow, it just contaminates the air with its outflow and cools down that inflow air for the larger cell. And a lot of times that can be detrimental. So with supercells like this, if we had another cumulus bubble fire off and then move on into that inflow region, if it got just ingested into the storm, it would be a good sign that this is a strong rotating updraft here and a dominant updraft, and it would probably be able to survive. But if not, it could be dooming for these types of storms. If the storm is far from the radar, what tilt should you use? You always want to use the lowest tilt angle that you can when you're looking at rotation. Now, there is obviously value, for example, in looking up higher in the atmosphere to maybe look at where your mesocyclone is, or there's a variety of other things you can look at. Seems like these winds have really begun to decline a little bit here, by the way, on this storm. That could be a little bit of contaminated data. We're kind of close to the melting layer, I think. But yeah. That tornado warning in Iowa was lifted, by the way. So no longer a tornado warning in Iowa. Outflow dominant jump scare. Yeah, I think some of this radar data is getting a little contaminated in here, but it's very likely that we're getting into an outflow dominant situation here. Yeah, you always to answer the question I was originally asked, you always want to use the lowest tilt angle that you can when you're looking at rotation. In terms of if you're looking at trying to determine whether a storm is going to be producing a tornado or not. Kevin, you should pull out a crystal ball and start predicting the future like this. Kevin is being very specific in the chat on what he thinks is going to happen tomorrow. And the funny thing is that you're not entirely like off base in terms of what's possible tomorrow. Like I've been saying since our forecast video this morning, and even last night when I was talking about it with the team, I really do think that Tuesday night in the Dakotas has the chance to produce a handful of photogenic tornadoes, maybe 2 or 3. Can mountains make winds turn streamwise into a storm? Theoretically, yes, but it kind of takes a picture perfect environment for that to happen. You kind of need like a mountain, to really guide those winds perfectly placed. Am I going to be in VC tonight? Possibly. Maybe for a little bit tonight after the broadcast. If I am in VC tonight after the broadcast, it probably won't be for long though, because it's looking like we're going to start the broadcast tomorrow pretty early. Is Rockford, Illinois okay tonight? I do think that Rockford has a little bit of concern later on this evening into the overnight hours, maybe by around like midnight to 2 a.m., where we could see some stronger storms in that area. I think that is definitely possible. And then tomorrow in the early morning to afternoon, like maybe 10 a.m. to noon or something like that, maybe even a little earlier, like towards 9 a.m., is where Rockford is going to get absolutely smacked by the start of a potential derecho, pretty much. So definitely make sure that you're very prepared in Rockford, especially for the morning. A lot of wind. It's not looking like a significant tornado threat, or definitely not really much of a significant hail threat, but isolated instances of hail or a spin-up tornado definitely possible. And most certainly a significant wind event. Mezzo Matt with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. He said, keep up the great work, Will. Fellow Met in Kentucky. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for tuning in from Kentucky. You've got your work cut out for you tomorrow in northern Kentucky for sure, with a couple rounds of weather coming through your way. Can wildfires initiate a supercell? Not really. Pyrocumulus is very much a thing, but generally no. Not in the traditional way, anyways. Yeah, land spouts can connect to the mesocyclone and turn into tornadoes. It's true. Yeah, tomorrow I might be live as early as like 11 a.m. Central Time, because, and I'll show this again really quickly, courtesy of our friends at Weatherfront here, but we can see that this is just what the 0Z HER is forecasting, to be fair. This is one model, but the refs is also consistent with this. Pretty much all of our modeling is mostly consistent with what's going to happen here tomorrow. But even by 11 a.m. here, we're already looking at a significant wind event beginning to get underway throughout northern Illinois, and it's just going to continue to bowl on through Indiana and Ohio. So I'll probably be live tomorrow, maybe by like 11 a.m., and then I'd be live until maybe around dinner time. Things will definitely calm down a lot more as once these storms kind of push through the Cincinnati area. So definitely a lot going on tomorrow in terms of that wind threat. And as a result, we might be live from like 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow, kind of to be determined on that. And then we'll be live again on Wednesday as well. We might even be live again Tuesday night later on. tomorrow night. I might take a little break around 5 p.m. and then come back if things start to get active in the Dakotas. Because at some point I do got to eat dinner. So I might take a break at maybe like 5 p.m. tomorrow and then come back at like 8 p.m. when the Dakotas potentially get active. Because I do still think that the Dakotas have a sleeper tornado threat for tomorrow. You think we can SIG 2 moderate for wind? I think a moderate for wind is absolutely possible. I don't know about a SIG 2. I think a SIG 1 is going to be, of course, maintained. I think a SIG 2 is possible. But I think more likely we just see a moderate with increased probabilities, maybe to the 45% or probably to a 45% for wind damage tomorrow. Any threat in northeast Iowa tomorrow? Yes, yeah, definitely. Especially in the early morning hours. So closer to around like anytime from like 6 a.m. through like maybe 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. somewhere in there is when northeast Iowa looks the most concerning. It has to be a SIG 1 to be a moderate with higher probabilities. Otherwise, it's automatically only enhanced without it. Yeah, they have a lot of thresholds with the way that they issue their warnings. There's a table that exists out there that explains exactly what their thresholds are. But again, I do think a moderate is definitely possible tomorrow with a 45% wind risk. And there may be a SIG 2. I don't really think that a SIG 2 is super necessary for tomorrow. I do think that a 45% wind risk in a moderate is definitely possible. And perhaps you could say necessary. I don't know if it's necessary either for tomorrow, but I think we're easily going to be seeing wind gusts up to 75 to 80 miles per hour at times tomorrow. I think that is very much in the cards. I don't know if we're going to get much higher than that, getting to like 90 or 100. I don't think we're going to get quite that high in terms of our wind speeds, but is it possible that the first round will weaken the second round in Indiana tomorrow? Yeah, especially if it leaves behind a lot of stratiform rain. Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you this a little bit. So one of the things that could definitely limit tomorrow is if this first wave that rolls through into the overnight hours here tonight, if all of this business out here leaves behind a lot of stratiform rain behind it, you'll notice that here you have a trailing precip squall line out here. If you get a lot more stratiform rain behind this than is forecast by the HRRR, it'll significantly limit the amount of atmospheric recovery that you can get. Same thing if we get a lot more general, like just widespread thunderstorms throughout this region tomorrow in the early AM hours, that just leads to a lot of rain. It'll limit the amount of atmospheric recovery that you can get. And as a result, it'll limit just how significant those winds will get. Now, I don't think it's going to stop this from happening by any stretch, but it can limit just how high those wind speeds could reach at the surface by a little bit. So if we get a lot of stratiform rain, especially in like Indiana tomorrow, it could definitely limit things a little bit in terms of our severe weather threat. But that's why I think the moderate makes the most sense to be like through here, especially like maybe, I don't know, the moderate like risk. If there was a moderate risk put in here, I would be perfectly okay with that. With the way that things are going to track with this storm, just definitely a significant wind event is expected tomorrow in the early afternoon hours, without a doubt, in that region. So hopefully that answers your question and helps out a bit. I'll just send it out west. Yeah, Mikey, are you going to try and get on all of this tomorrow? I didn't even think to ask you that. Good Lord. We just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for our South Dakota storm here. There it is, just popped up on the map. So that's going to be for Med, Perkins, and Zeebic counties out here in South Dakota. So this one's headed towards Faith. Tagged for that baseball size hail again. It is still tornado possible tagged as well. And it's got a 60-mile-per-hour wind tag on there as well. So we did just get a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here in South Dakota. Again, this is Med, Perkins, and Zeebic counties out here. That sound makes me jump every time. Yeah, me too. I was kind of like, whoa. We meant to turn that down. I think maybe we actually did turn it down just a little bit. We might need to turn it down even just a little bit more. But yeah. Is central Iowa expected to get any significant weather? Not exactly in central Iowa tomorrow. It's going to mostly be into eastern Iowa. I think central Iowa will mostly, like if you mean closer to like Des Moines, you'll pretty much be fine. It's mostly going to be northeastern Iowa and like areas like Davenport. All right, really quickly, I do have to hit the restroom. I'm dying here. My bladder's about to explode. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Bear with me. All right. The chair stream is over. Don't worry. Do not worry. We are back. I can figure out how to put my headphones in. Good Lord. All right, we are back. Yeah, the inflow notch on this storm is still enormous. Very broad rotation, possibly a little bit of contaminated data in here as well with this storm. So again, we are out here in South Dakota, Med, Perkins, and Zeebic counties, or Meade, maybe. Mikey, you are going to chase tomorrow? That's awesome. Braden, good luck. Mikey, you need to spawn into the Dakotas tomorrow. Yeah, Ireland does look beautiful. I would also love to go to Ireland. I just went to Scotland and I did like it a lot. Yeah, a lot of contaminated data here for sure, but who else up chasing trees and clouds in the southeast? What am I drinking? This is it's a Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I don't know. I've been drinking some crap soda. It's at least zero sugar, but I've been drinking some crap soda recently.
A new tornado
All right, we did just
warning
get a
has
new
been
tornado
issued.
warning on our South Dakota storm. So they have gone ahead and issued it. I think some of this is honestly contaminated. But we did get a new tornado warning on it regardless. So a new tornado warning put in place out here. And there's that tornado warning. Still tagged with baseball size hail. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, new tornado warning here. This is going to be for Meade and Zeebic counties out here in South Dakota. So again, tornado warning in effect. Looks like maybe partially contaminated data, but still rotation is present in the storm nonetheless. You've got that clear inflow notch in there. So here's that inflow notch. And again, if this tightens up at all, if that inflow notch gets pulled around here and tightens up, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. That wind has got to speed up. And if that happens, we could be looking at a more significant risk for a tornado here. Will, this is the precursor to the photogenic hog tornado I'm predicting tomorrow in South Dakota. There you go. I have no idea what's going on in the chat right now. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning in place out here in South Dakota, where it looks like things are trying to get going. Actually, it looks like that RFD really, you can see it showing up on the radar here now. Whereas we couldn't see it a couple frames ago. So it is definitely trying to wrap up here. You can see it. It's just trying to pull around. The further around that this thing can pull, the more likely we will be looking at tornado genesis here. Well, this is where it is right now. That's that RFD on this storm. It's a rear flank downdraft here. It's the Lemon Doswell supercell model. I can guarantee you, I know it's dark, it's pitch black out, but I can guarantee you that this is a heck of a storm here visually. I mean, it's just radar presentation. It's just gorgeous visually. Probably is let's look at lightning. I bet there's a lot of lightning in there. There's like no lightning in this storm. What in the world? There's like literally no lightning in this. You probably can't even see anything. There's actually a couple of chasers out there. Is Rapid City okay? Yeah, Rapid City's all good. Nothing out there in Rapid City right now. This is pretty far off to the northeast of Rapid City. Yeah, this is definitely trying to get going out here. 100%. It's trying. It's trying very hard. I never noticed that Caleb and Kevin have the same profile photo. It's funny. Yeah, the phrase photogenic hog is it should probably be wiped out of the vocabulary and never used again. There's really no such thing. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Photogenic hog. Jeez. Ay, ay, ay. Could the cell behind this get going too? Maybe, but its inflow is going to be wildly contaminated by the more dominant cell over here. If anything, this one behind it would be more of a nudger to try and help our main cell get going. Yeah, this thing is really trying. It is very much trying. We're going to get that new velocity scan in just a moment here, but this thing is really, really trying. Might be. Hold on. It might be doing it, actually. It might be doing it. There's just maybe the slightest insinuation that there could be a CC drop here. But I will say our velocities don't look amazing at all. Very contaminated data, but that hook is very well defined. I don't know. If there is a tornado on the ground, there's a couple spotters out there, so it'll get confirmed if there is a tornado on the ground. I'm not convinced by what I'm seeing on radar, but it's possible. It's definitely possible, but I'm definitely not convinced by what I'm seeing on radar. If I was sitting in the chair, I would not radar confirm this, but it could be. If I go to my barber and ask for the Will Bratton, what will happen? I don't know. Your barber's going to say, who's that? First and foremost. Yeah, it is likely that we're seeing some hail. But again, it has to be a very strong updraft for hail to be pulled around the backside of the RFD. Like, you have to have a very strong updraft. Like, that's really impressive. And we got another scan in very quick there. Yeah, I don't think that we're looking at a tornado here. Let me see if I can go. Yeah, I don't think that we're looking at a tornado here in terms of radar indication. But you'll notice this RFD is, look at the angle of this RFD. Watch this here. Here's the original angle. Okay, and then we go forward a few frames, and you can see that angle is not really changing that much. But that inflow notch is still closing off a little bit due to the hook beginning to wrap around, or continuing to wrap around. How fast is it updating? They just put on sales one and Avset, so that would be why it's updating faster. Just scanning a little bit quicker, and doing it does the lowest tilt angle like twice, I believe, is what it does. So. Can I show where the couplet is? If there is one, there isn't really like a well-defined looking couplet on our velocities here. There's a lot of contaminated data, but this is basically where your couplet exists. You can tell it exists because of the morphology of the storm, where you very clearly have rotation, according to having a hook echo there. We can also probably take a little bit of a cross-section action here. It'll take me a second to get it right, but there you go. There's your bounded weak echo region. Let me full screen this. You can see a rainbow of colors here, which is indicative of a strong rotating updraft here. And you can see on the left-hand side where you've got all sorts of 60 dBz plus targets. Those are your magentas in there. That's those targets don't belong there. They're being pulled around to the backside of the updraft by the RFD. So it's a very, very strong storm here, without a doubt. That's where your couplet is. It doesn't really show on radar very well here. And this thing is really, really wrapping around. Like, it is trying hard. It is very much trying hard here. I like cats a lot. Now, it's possible here that we could be getting a tornado very, very soon. If not, potentially even right now. Like right here. Let's see. There haven't been any spotter reports on this. But there's multiple people here. I mean, if there was a tornado, we would pretty much know. The only thing that's limiting is it's dark out and there's not much lightning to light this up. So it's going to be really hard to see if there is a tornado. There's enough lightning in the storm behind it that it would maybe get backlit along the horizon enough where you'd see the tornado if it was there. Either way, there's still a tornado warning, still capable of producing a tornado, still capable of producing baseball-sized hail. How is Sturgis looking? In what state? I feel like there's a Sturgis in South. There is a Sturgis in South Dakota. I was like, I've been there. I literally drove through Sturgis when we were going to Deadwood. That was a cool town. I really like Deadwood. Sturgis is completely okay, by the way. Assuming you're talking about Sturgis, South Dakota, you're completely good there. The storm is pretty far off to your northeast. Yeah, South Dakota, perfect. Yeah, you're definitely good to go. Yeah. I don't think we have a tornado on the ground right now. But it's definitely trying. I mean, it's cranking. It is very much turning and churning here. Very much wants to do it. The most supercell looking supercell ever. Yeah, literally. I mean, it really is a very photogenic supercell here on radar without a doubt. Just hopped on here. When will it come into Illinois? This one's not coming to Illinois. Well, I mean, it sort of is. Eventually, this thing is going to start to turn eastward, and a lot more storms are going to develop with it. And eventually, all of that cluster will move into Illinois. But that's not going to be until a little later on. Now, there will be some storms out in Illinois, not terribly long from now. In northern Illinois, really, towards like Rockford and Chicago. That's going to be closer to around midnight, maybe by 11. So within the next couple of hours here. Most likely, though, it probably won't be a little bit, it won't happen until a little bit later into the overnight hours, maybe closer to 2 a.m. I think that's a much more likely scenario here. You're welcome. Thousands of bikers at the Sturgis rally. Wow, I did not know that. Interesting. Well, they should be good to go, at least for tonight anyway. Can I look at the storm in Ohio? Yeah, I can check in on it really quickly. Out in Ohio, out near Cbus, we're looking at a little storm near Westerville. And then a stronger line of storms here. Very, very outflow dominant, all of this. Just a wind threat, really out here in central Ohio. A lot of lightning, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. You're going to see a ton of lightning on this map here. So nothing crazy, a little flooding threat, a little bit of wind threat, maybe some very small hail mixed into there in some parts. Most likely not, though. It's really just more of a wind threat than anything else. But a couple areas where you could see isolated smaller hailstones. Do I think anything crazy with the overnight storms in Chicago? Anything crazy? Probably not, but I wouldn't entirely rule it out. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning in South Dakota, including the baseball-sized hail that it's tagged for. Just a very photogenic supercell here on radar. Have I ever visited Mexico? Yes, I have. I've been to Cancun. I haven't been anywhere else in Mexico, though, and I would like to go explore more of Mexico. Any tornado risk for Ohio at all? Not really overnight tonight, no. There is a very low chance, like maybe less than 1% chance that we see a little spin-up tornado on the leading edge of that line down there. But in general, very, very unlikely that we see any tornado threat in Ohio with this line of storms that's rolling through right now. That tornado warning has just been shrunken down, which is kind of funny because they shrunk it down almost too far. The storm's not even in the warning at the moment. But that tornado warning was just shrunken down. Still including Meade and Zeebic counties out here in South Dakota. We are south of Faith in South Dakota. Christine, have a great night. Stay safe out there, and we will see you soon. Oops. That. My cable's constantly getting tangled up. Again, we are still looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here in South Dakota, including a tornado warning, baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this. We are south of Faith, South Dakota. Cancun is now mad. You should visit the Yucatan beaches and Bacalar. I would love to. I would absolutely love to. I would also like to check out Mexico DF. It's one of the largest cities. I want to go to the Azteca. Big soccer, football fan. Football. But yeah, I would love to go to the Azteca. I think it's just absolutely insane. I would also like to go to Monterey Stadium with the mountains there. That would be insane. That would be literally insane. Like, I would love so much to go there. What am I getting a red card for? Again, tornado warning still active here in South Dakota. We're south of Faith, South Dakota. Baseball-sized hail possible with this. A very, very robust, persistent supercell that's been ongoing for like 3 hours straight.
So far this evening. Warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so this has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. So we do have a confirmed tornado now on the ground. This had to have been reported by weather spotters here. But it looks like we have a confirmed tornado now here in South Dakota. I don't think there's no traffic cameras that I can get access to in South Dakota, unfortunately. There's not really any way that I can get a look at this thing, sadly. But we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground as of, what was this? 1 minute ago. And weather spotters have confirmed that we do have this tornado on the ground. So we are looking at a confirmed tornado on the ground, South Dakota here. This is south of Faith, just to the west of the highway here that goes between Howes and Faith. Or the road. I don't know if it's a highway, but the road that goes between Howes and Faith, the north to south road. The tornado is just to the west of that, south of Faith. How long will I be live for? Until this storm stops being tornadic. But yeah, we do have, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground here in South Dakota. This is going to be for Meade and Zeebic counties out here in South Dakota. So confirmed tornado on the ground, baseball-sized hail possible with this guy as well. Very strong storm here. You can see that updraft is just pretty crazy looking on our volumetric scanner. We can take a look at how well sheared the environment is as well. Very good tilting with your updraft here with height. So a very well sheared environment, a confirmed tornado, still large hail possible in there as well. When we take a look at a cross section here, we can actually take a really good look at that bounded weak echo region, your rainbow of colors, if you will. I can't get. See if I can do this a little better. I'm not doing a great job at it here, but you do still have a rainbow of colors here. It just doesn't look great because I didn't do a good job taking the cross section, but you have that rainbow of colors, a strong rotating updraft, most certainly present, a tornado absolutely on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters as of just 2 minutes ago. So, and again, there are like 3 different folks out there, I believe. Yeah, a handful of folks. I would assume it's John Hall is the guy who confirmed this tornado. So shout out to John Hall, who's out there. But again, nonetheless, tornado on the ground, not seeing a CC drop. So hopefully it's not hitting anything and lofting debris up. That's the good news. But we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground as of just 2 minutes or 3 minutes ago. How long will the storm be tornadic? Honestly, it's in clear open air. So it could be tornadic for a little while longer. I'm not sure. In terms of our METAR, we can see that our surface winds here are really coming out of the east. And we still have plenty of moisture, so that's pretty conducive for this storm. Very, very well-backed surface winds. The environment actually looks pretty good. This has been a persistent supercell for like 3 hours straight here, and it's probably going to continue for a little while. Now, I don't know if it's going to stay tornadic for a lot longer, but a very threatening supercell here nonetheless that is currently producing a tornado and will continue to exist at least for another hour or so. And again, I don't know if this is going to be tornadic or not for the next couple of hours. I have no idea. But the environmental conditions definitely look solid at the very least. We have very, very well-backed surface winds, plenty of moisture. Influence of the low-level jet here as we get into the overnight hours. I live kind of far. Do you think it will still have the tornadic energy when it gets near Mission, South Dakota? I don't know where Mission is. See if I can find it. Oh, Mission Ridge, maybe? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. I don't think it is. I think I see. Okay, you're talking about this mission. I think that's what you're talking about. I also don't particularly think it's going to end up there. I think it's going to start to turn a little bit more to the east here over time this evening as our winds begin to shift in the overnight hours as a response to losing our diurnal heating, of course. Basically, the sun's down. That was fancy words to say the sun is down and things will change in the atmosphere a little bit. So hopefully it will avoid you there out near Mission, South Dakota. Most likely it will. Okay, so a little bit of debris being lofted around the base of the tornado. That's what I'm seeing in the chat. I don't know where that report is. I'm not exactly seeing that report, but apparently the report says a tornado with full condensed ground contact ongoing observed from Highway 73 looking northwest. I'm assuming this is Highway 73 that goes north between Howes and Faith. And I'm also assuming that came from John Hall. He's the one that submitted this report. And apparently there is debris being lofted around the base of the tornado. So hopefully it's not hitting anything important, like as in any structures. Hopefully it's just hitting maybe some trees, hopefully not any wildlife or homes or anything like that. Again, the reason our velocity couplet doesn't look super pertinent, and it looks like we might be potentially getting undercut here. It looks like just maybe this is going to shift into an undercut situation from the RFD where we would be looking at the occlusion of this tornado and no longer a storm really capable of producing a tornado. Hopefully that's what's going to happen here. To be determined on that. Halsey, Nebraska. I'm guessing that's near Thedford where this storm is. Yeah, so this is just a little bit of a wind bag out there. It's starting to push out away from you. It actually looks like it might be slightly downbursting here. Yeah, it's definitely slightly downbursting near Halsey here. So a little bit of downbursting wind. You're going to see some gusty winds, maybe some lightning out there near Halsey. Here's what that lightning looks like. But nothing tornadic, nothing, probably not any hail either. If you had any hail, it would be pretty small hail. Severe weather in Minnesota, probably not a ton within the next couple of days. You could see isolated instances of severe weather in southern Minnesota, though, over the next 2 days. But in general, I'm not really expecting a lot out there.
A new
All right, we did just
tornado
get a
warning
new
has been
downstream
issued.
tornado warning. So this has still been confirmed as of what was this? Right now at 9:27 p.m. Mountain Time. So still confirmed by weather spotters here. Yeah. Baseball sized hail still possible with this one. So a new downstream tornado warning has been issued as the original tornado warning is 2 minutes away from its expiration. And this one's going to last for another half hour here, as John Hall is still on the case. I'm not familiar with exactly who that is, I don't believe, but he is on the case. Why does it turn yellow on velocity? What are you talking about? Oh, here? Yellow is just higher red, basically faster winds moving away from the radar unit. So green means towards the radar unit, red means away from the radar unit. And as you go to like your oranges and yellows, at least in my color palette, when you go to orange and then eventually to yellow, it just means your winds are getting faster moving away from the radar unit. That's all that means. But this is all contaminated data here. Very, very clear air data that's going on here. But we do have a tornado confirmed on the ground by weather spotters. Now, there is not debris being lofted super high where it's getting detected by the radar unit, which is good. So hopefully it's either a weak tornado or isn't hitting anything. Yeah, John Hall is the only person out there. There is one other person just to the north. It's Chris Feltz. But he hasn't had a visual on this, or that I'm assuming that's a him. He hasn't had a visual on this storm in forever because he's been stuck on the north side of it for quite some time. But John Hall has gotten great positioning staying south of this storm. He's done a very good job to stay with this for quite a while here. And he is the only reason that this is a confirmed tornado. This would not be a confirmed tornado if there were no storm spotters there. Again, that's part of the reason that storm chasers are so incredibly important. And there we go. The original tornado warning has now expired. So we're down to just our one confirmed tornado warning polygon on the map. This is again for Mead and Zeebic counties out here in South Dakota. Not a super populated area. But a tornado is on the ground out here in South Dakota, still capable of producing baseball-sized hail, by the way. I don't want to leave that out casually here. This is a very, very strong supercell with a very strong updraft that has managed to lower a tornado all the way down to the ground, stretching it all the way to the surface, despite the fact that our dew points in this region are not incredibly favorable. They're up into the 60s here. Actually, they've actually increased. So our dew points were originally around like 62 in Phillip. Now they're up to 68. So our moisture content's actually increased. So perhaps that's part of the reason that we've been able to get tornado genesis here. Can we get a 3D view? Yeah, we can take a look at that hail core again. We haven't looked at it in a little while. Here's another volumetric look at this storm here. You can see, again, a pretty well-sheared environment, and you can see the bounded weak echo region as clear as day, which is kind of crazy. You can literally see that cave on your volumetric scanner. You don't get to see that all the time, so Very, very strong storm here without a doubt. You can even see it from the backside too. You can see that cave most certainly in there in that bounded weak echo region. So a very, very strong storm out here. And that hail core still going strong. I don't think this is dropping baseball-sized hail at this point, but it definitely could be dropping golf ball-sized hail. And baseball-sized hail is definitely possible. I just don't think it's dropping it on this scan. This storm has cycled and dropped baseball-sized hail at numerous different times, so definitely can't rule it out. Yeah, you can see that RFD is still hanging on here. It doesn't seem like it's undercutting the storm just yet. It's kind of oriented like this. So still good clean inflow coming into it, which is why this tornado has been able to survive here for a little while. Last time it was confirmed was 5 minutes ago now. Yeah, the strongest rotation you can't exactly see on radar. So like you can look at your NROT, for example, and it might try to tell you that the rotation's here, but it's really not exactly. It's a little bit more centralized over in this area where you have that hook going on. So that's probably where the tornado is. And you just don't have enough targets being contacted by the radar unit because it's more of a lower precipitation hook here. So you just don't have enough targets to be contacted by the radar unit, which is why you can't get a really good picture on your velocity couplet here. Yeah, I'm wearing a Big Texan hat. I went down there back in May, the end of May. It was a lot of fun. Very good food. Showed some photos from that earlier. Someone else was talking about the hat. I'm still not seeing any type of a CC drop that would indicate that we have a radar confirmed tornado, but we do still have a tornado confirmed by weather spotters, and hopefully it doesn't hit anything. Thank you for being on this tornado. You're the only YouTube broadcaster that is on. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. And I hope that you are staying safe if you're in the path of this storm. For anyone who might be in the path of this storm, of course, you got to make sure you're getting yourself to some sort of a storm shelter, interior-most room of a sturdy structure, a basement, a storm cellar, if you got one, anything like that. You got to get to it. Stay away from windows, get in the bathtub, put a mattress over yourself, do whatever you got to do. Because we do have a tornado on the ground out here in South Dakota. And this is just north of Howes, south of Faith. It's right along the highway between those two towns. This is right along Highway 73 at this point, basically. It's like basically on the highway. Jeez. We got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued downstream here. That's going to show up in just a minute. Sorry for the jump scare. We've got to turn that sound down a little bit. Yeah, a very photogenic supercell here in terms of its radar presentation, and it has been for a while. This supercell has persisted for about 3 hours here. It originated near Bowman, North Dakota, just across the border, all the way up here. So it originated over here, sat there for a while, and then eventually made a southward turn here. And now it is down in South Dakota, near Meade and Zeebic counties. And there's that new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in there as well. Looking like we won't see that watch in Iowa/Illinois. Storms fizzled out. Got you. I haven't really been tapped into there too much with what's going on out here in South Dakota right now, to be fair. Still a good lightning show that we're getting down there from Scott and Mark in Arizona. It's like they're flipping a Yui or something right now. Funny enough. Yeah, they are. They're still monsoon chasing down there in Arizona. So all right, and that has been downgraded. No longer a confirmed tornado on the ground here. So, as of just right now, or 1 minute ago, that tornado has lifted, at least for the time being. And I can't really see that RFD on radar anymore. It's kind of hard to tell if perhaps that RFD has undercut our inflow and occluded this tornado as a result. I can't really tell. But no longer a tornado on the ground in South Dakota. At least for the moment. We're going to stay with it. Still producing baseball-sized hail in there. Very, very strong storm out here. Very photogenic radar presentation of this supercell. Not a lot of lightning with this storm. Just really not much lightning at all. Like there's basically none. The severe weather, in fact, will not stop. That's what we talked about in our forecast video this morning. Just the severe weather train will not let up, is what we titled the video, because the severe weather literally will not let up. And we have a little bit of a severe weather train with that high pressure system centered over the four corner states and the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's what's driving all of our severe weather back towards the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. So that is why things have been so active lately. And it's going to continue, by the way. The severe weather not letting up today, not letting up tomorrow, not letting up Wednesday. Maybe we'll let up as we get to the tail end of the week and into the weekend. We do have other storms going on around the map. Since this tornado warning was downgraded, no longer confirmed, I'm just going to quickly show you what's going on out in Ohio. Still a lot of scattered storms out here. Columbus probably getting hit with some decent winds. Nothing crazy out here. Same thing with Dayton. Just getting some wind associated with this outflow boundary that's rolling on through Dayton right now. Columbus getting probably a decent amount of lightning out there. Let me turn on lightning. Yeah, decent amount of lightning out there in the Columbus area. A lot more lightning out here near Lancaster. So that's in southeastern Ohio. And then back towards Mansfield and Upper Sandusky out there. A lot more lightning with those storms as well. Definitely a flooding risk with a lot of these storms, and maybe some isolated bits of small hail and isolated damaging wind gusts, but nothing incredibly painful in terms of like a significant severe weather threat this evening in Ohio, at least right now. Of course, that's going to change as we go into tomorrow. Back into northern Illinois, we are not seeing storm initiation just yet. I think we could get it within the next hour to hour and a half. I think we likely will get it. It looks like maybe just some cumulus just now starting to try and fire off north of Davenport near Dubuque. That is going to be one to watch or an area to watch for things starting to fire off, which will pose the initial round of storms. It's going to roll on through the Chicago area and into Indiana, and then pave the way for our potential derecho event if things really come to fruition the way some models are forecasting, such as the HER and the refs. If that comes to fruition, we could be looking at a derecho type of event that rolls all the way through northern Illinois and then down through Indiana into the Ohio Valley. That line wasn't really supposed to be curved. Ignore the fact that I can't draw a straight line on the map. We're still looking at a tornado warning, formerly a confirmed tornado out here in South Dakota. Again, this is in Meade and Zeebic counties. Still baseball-sized hail possible with this one. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, of course, possible in there as well. I'm going to go ahead and take another volumetric scan on this storm. You can see that updraft is most certainly rebuilding itself. You can see a lot of those magentas being lofted almost 50,000 feet in the air. So a very impressive updraft in a decently sheared environment out here. So a very, very strong system, a very strong supercell. Decent synoptic support. You can see the shear in that environment with that updraft being tilted with height here. You can see this is a little bit better of an angle at it. You can see that we're tilted with height. indicating that you have a decently sheared environment to keep your updraft and your downdraft separate, which is what you need if you want your storm to last longer. Obviously, that's not what we want, but that's the situation that we are in. So this supercell isn't exactly going to go anywhere anytime soon. And while there isn't a tornado on the ground, it's important to mention that baseball-sized hail can, in fact, be deadly. You get smacked on the head by a baseball made of ice falling out of the sky at 60 miles an hour, and it can, in fact, be deadly. So definitely make sure that you're paying very, very close attention if you're out here in Meade and Zeebic counties, also Hacken County, as the storm continues to move on to the south. In the southeast over its track here. Zeebach, that's how you pronounce it? Okay, Zeebach County. Yeah, I don't know if it's Meade or Med, because I know there's a town in Mississippi that it looks like it's Meadville, but it's actually Medville, and they're very passionate about that. If you call it Meadville, they get mad at you. Yeah. Still quite the favorable environment out here. You're going to notice that our surface winds, when I turn on my METAR, are very, very well backed. Essentially, what that means is they are coming out of the east. You can see these surface winds coming out of the east, even partially northeasterly near Phillip. So basically what that means is we know that with height, our winds are eventually going to be coming out of the northwest here. So that means you have a very, very well-sheared environment, and your winds are going to really be dramatically changing with height here. It'll look something like this as you go up with height. Each one of these arrows on this line would be higher up in the atmosphere, for example. And when you have better shear like that, you're going to have a lot more storm relative helicity available to these storms. And you could be looking at a more favorable environment for tornadoes to persist. It's Meade. Okay. So Meade and Zeebach counties up here in South Dakota, also towards Hacken. Or maybe it's Haken. I don't know. Depends on the dialect, on the language from which it originated. What neck of the woods? Yeah, no, if you're in baseball size hail driving around and you don't have like metal, hail protection, stuff made for that, for example, like if you're just driving a normal vehicle through there, your vehicle is most likely going to be totaled. What website is this? This is actually not a website. We are using GR2. You can see that in the chat, that command there. GR2 Analyst version 3 is what we use. Do I think Ohio will have any storms from like 12 to 8 a.m.? Yes, I do. Yeah, it looks like this one's really recycling and trying to get itself going again. It's looking all right here. So we could get a new tornado out of this one pretty soon. It's Haken? Okay, got you. Yeah, GR2 is the cream of the crop. It is dated. It is very dated. That's something that you just have to understand if you're going to use it. But it is the industry standard for a reason in terms of United States radar analysis. It's just a very, very good tool. Yeah, I can put the Discord link in the chat. Here you go. See if it'll work. There's the Discord in the chat there. You can join our Discord server if you'd like. So is it going to form into a line in the future? Not exactly. So this storm is going to continue to move off towards the south, and eventually it's probably going to turn slightly more eastward, maybe something like this. But new storms are really going to begin to develop out in eastern South Dakota later on this evening. That's going to be, or really, I don't know if I should say later on this evening, but into the overnight hours. That's going to be the area of concern for those storms that are going to eventually roll on down towards Iowa. I can show you what I'm talking about. This is at least as modeled by the HUR. You're going to notice some more storms that are going to start forming out here towards Sioux Falls and Sioux City. Those are going to eventually form a giant MCS that's going to blow on through Chicago and bring all of our problems to the Ohio Valley and parts of the Midwest tomorrow. in the morning hours. You're going to see this is 11 a.m. Chicago is just going to get absolutely blasted at 11 a.m. with some crazy winds. So we're going to be live for that. I'll probably be live like, I don't know. We'll see. I could be live pretty early on tomorrow. All right. Let's get back on to our tornado warning, which has been shaved down just a little bit. So it's just in Zebot County now. It doesn't look nearly as good on the latest scan as it did on the previous scan. You grew up in South Dakota for 35 years, moved to Texas 12 years ago. Still trying to handle saying things in Texas. Yeah. Do I prefer weatherfront over weatherwise? Generally, yes, I do. Weatherfront it's pretty good. It's definitely it's a young, newer app. It's got some issues for sure, and some like presentation things that could be improved, but it is a very good app. And weatherwise is pretty good too. When I'm on my phone though and I'm doing radar analysis, I'm always using Radar Scope for actual radar analysis. But that's just me. I've been using it for so many years. Again, I just think it's very good, very clean. It's effective. Still a very strong updraft with this storm. You can see these echo tops coming in well above 50,000 feet, even close to around 55,000 feet in some parts. So a very, very strong updraft here. These are your oranges. Echo tops, which is basically the highest level at which notable energy is returned to the radar unit at the highest tilt angle. So basically, you're trying to find the top of the clouds is what you're looking for here. And when you're above 50,000 feet like this, you're looking at a pretty strong updraft. A lot of thunder here in Columbus. Not related, but what's the strongest tornado I've ever chased? It was the Bogachita tornado back in May in southern Mississippi. That was an EF3 tornado. That's the strongest one I've been on. I would say I've only like actually seen 3 tornadoes. I've been on a bunch of other tornado producing storms that I haven't actually been able to see the tornado though. Usually due to it being rain wrapped, things like that. Yeah, we might be getting a split. A little bit of an anticyclonic mezzo appears to be developing here. It's a good shout there from Average Dude just here. A little bit of an anticyclonic mezzo beginning to develop. You can see the NROT is picking up on that too. So we could be getting a splitting supercell soon, which could dramatically change how this cell continues to interact with the environment if that does happen. Yeah, South Dakota generally is going to have a lot more tornadic action than Austin. It's that Plains life. And our destructive severe thunderstorm warning has just been shrunken down a bit, but maintained with up to baseball sized hail with the storm. that say upgrade? What just got upgraded? We're already at a destructive. I don't know. I'm confused. I think that said upgrade. um. Anyway, still looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm here for the moment. Anyway. Oh, that was in North Dakota. Okay, I see. So in North Dakota, in southwestern North Dakota, we did have an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail. This is pretty decently far west of Bismarck. And this is not far from where our current supercell originated from. It originated right near Bowman. So this is just northeast of there. These storms producing that golf ball sized hail. That's going to be out in Grant, Hettinger, Morton, and Stark counties in North Dakota. Yeah, it looks like this is becoming more outflow dominant here. So I think our tornado threat is beginning to significantly decrease. This tornado warning is probably just going to be allowed to expire in 6 minutes. They may lift it sooner than that. Once we reach the point where this is no longer looking like it could be tornadic, that's when we'd probably end the broadcast here. So that I can get up early and broadcast again tomorrow. I still need to go back to Taylor and Lorian's place and finish building that couch tonight. So So to be determined on all that business. Still some anticyclonic flow in the middle here. Looks like things are kind of starting to split, fall apart at least a little bit. Just for those who aren't, by the way, liking and subscribing, the number one way you can support the work that we do. Not required, always appreciated. You have a livable kitchen now, Lorian? That's fantastic news. I didn't even know you were watching. Lorian knows the lore behind the new stuff that's coming out for WBWX pretty soon. I cannot wait to share it with you guys. Look at this monster hail core, by the way. It's still very much capable of producing baseball size hail. Like I said earlier, this thing has recycled, produced that baseball size hail like numerous times. You can see those silvers getting in there. Very, 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 very strong updraft. Getting those magenta 60 dBz values upwards of to just right around 40,000 feet. Those 50 dBz values getting up to close to 50,000 feet. Very strong updraft out here. And that tornado warning has just been lifted. So no longer a tornado warning on the map. We're going to stay with this storm for a little bit longer here. And then we'll see about potentially ending the broadcast somewhat soon. We've only been live about 4 hours. A lot of our broadcasts end up going to sometimes even up to 10 hours. 4 hours is usually the base minimum a lot of the times. We started a little later tonight, though, because I knew we'd be live a little later. And ironically, tomorrow we'll actually start earlier in the day. Is that a secret Cubs shirt that I'm wearing? Absolutely not. I'm a Cardinals fan. I'm from St. Louis. What are we talking about? Don't slander my name like that. I'm actually wearing a Yeti shirt that I got in Austin, Texas at the Yeti headquarters. You're going to see Ed Sheeran this weekend. That's awesome. Yeah, I do think there is a chance for a derecho tomorrow. It's definitely possible. Tomorrow you're going to get your initial wave in Columbus in the morning, maybe around 8 to 10 a.m. And then that second wave is going to come through in the early afternoon hours and into maybe even the early evening, anywhere from like 1 to 7 p.m. or something like that. You could be looking at those stronger storms out there in Columbus tomorrow. Stumbling around on YouTube. I did not move to Texas. I don't know if you're talking about me, Bob, but no, I did not move to Texas. No. I moved to Starkville, Mississippi to continue to pursue my master's. Got 2 years down here. Then I'll probably end up back in St. Louis. What am I going to eat tonight? I had actually some chicken right before I went live, but I'll probably make myself a little bit of a snack or something before I go finish building that couch later, assuming we're still going to do that. I'm staying in touch with them. Tomorrow's going to be a long and busy day, to say the least. Yeah, I think our storm is beginning to occlude potentially here. At the very least, it's recycling, and it looks to me like that RFD has undercut our inflow. It looks like our RFD is coming out around here now. So we could get a new reestablished hook echo, or the storm could begin to completely fall apart. It looks like that updraft is definitely a lot weaker, though. I'm not really seeing any inflow into the storm at all. It seems very, very outflow dominant here. So that's the good news. You're wondering my thoughts on the 2Z her. What part about it? What do you want to know? Yeah, the City Museum in St. Louis. Yeah, I've been there. It's a cool spot. Been there many a time, especially when I was younger, of course. Tim, thank you so much for tuning in tonight, Mr. Tim Townsend down there, my fellow Mississippian. I mean, I guess I'm not a Mississippian, but I live in Starkville right now. Mount Sterling probably won't be in the moderate risk, no. If there's a moderate risk, it's going to be like straddled along the border of Indiana and Illinois. It's not really going to be in Ohio. I highly doubt it. Yeah, I think we're looking at a pretty significant windbag tomorrow, without a doubt. We could easily see a derecho. And I don't say that lightly. I think a lot of people just throw out the word derecho as a buzzword because they don't really even understand what it is. A derecho is not a storm. A derecho is a series of surveys that conclude that some storm system produced 60 mile per hour damage at like 60 miles in length over 500 miles of distance or something like that. It's a very specific definition. You can't look at the radar and be like, boom, that storm's a derecho. That's not a thing. But I do think that a derecho is definitely possible with tomorrow's storm. See that Mark and Scott did go ahead and end off their broadcast. Monsoon chasing down there. They're headed home for the night. We're going to stay with this storm for a little while longer here. Do I think Ohio could get 2+ tornadoes tomorrow? It's unlikely. I can tell you to never get locked in on the lines of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Adrian, good to see you in the chat. Oh, you're in the call with me. Did you just join? Geez, how did I not? You didn't even say anything. Oh, okay. I was like, man, what in the world? Messing with my head, brother. Am I going to be watching the meteor shower tomorrow night? Probably not. I'll probably be broadcasting. I think I'll broadcast tomorrow, probably around 10 a.m. or something like that until maybe 4 to 5 p.m. We'll take a break. And then if things get active in the Dakotas, like I think is definitely possible, then we will go live again tomorrow night if needed. Okay. Waiting to see what the Atlantic disturbances are going to cook into. Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. Again, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with baseball-sized hail. I just want to continue to reiterate that every now and then. I know there's no longer a tornado warning on this, and it does look like the tornado threat is pretty much mitigated at this point. At least for the moment, anyway. It could definitely attempt to recycle itself. It looks like that split that was attempted did not happen. So it looked like we had a possible attempt at a split. But one supercell, one updraft has been maintained, but it's very outflow dominant looking at this point. It's not looking very, very good in terms of tornado potential. So that's good news, of course. When did the tornado end? The tornado warning or what? The tornado warning expired like 5 minutes ago or something, like 10 minutes ago. And the last time it was confirmed was quite a while ago. I'm 30 hours northeast of Austin. It's a lot of hours. Not to state the obvious or anything. Let's check in on what's going on back into Ohio. Still looking at a couple of stronger storms out there west of Cleveland near Sandusky, back through Mansfield, Willard, and Norwalk as well. Still some storms in Columbus, a lot of flooding possible, including a considerable flash flood warning that's in place for another 4 hours out here. Areas like Somerset, New Lexington, getting plenty of rain out there. A lot of flooding possible. We just had a new flash flood warning put in place here for Cambridge, Kimballton, Conesville, Adamsville. There's a lot of flash flood warnings on the map right now. We do have, in fact, like 15. There's nothing going on really in Dayton, Ohio. Just some general thunderstorms off to the southeast. A couple of showers and storms in the vicinity, but nothing really going on out here. Not really any much lightning in there either. Will we have severe weather this weekend in Minnesota? Probably not. You could have a couple isolated instances, but it's pretty unlikely. Into Vermont, still looking at another stronger storm out here. We can see from the Burlington radar. Just doing all right. There's a lot of stratiform rain out here in Vermont as well. This is eventually going to be headed towards Montpelier, state capital. Sparks, have a good night. Down in Arizona, we do have one more residual severe thunderstorm left over. This one's out near Safford, Cactus Flat, west of those areas, producing some ping pong well sized hail, maybe some gusty winds in there as well. There's not really anything out there where the storm is at, though. Just open air, just desert, hills in the desert. And of course, South Dakota, our storm here, it looks like maybe it's trying to get itself going again, might be trying to wrap back up. So possibly an attempted recycle by the storm. We are looking decently low now, only around 4,300 feet in the air, as we've gotten relatively close to the Rapid City radar unit. You remember, of course, when it was back closer to the North Dakota border, we were looking like 10,000 feet in the air. We do still have John Hall all over this thing. So if there is a new tornado, we will know. Is it true your 32nd birthday is on Friday? Surely you're not talking to me. I am definitely not 32. I am 22. Is the South Dakota storm heading to Chicago? No. South Dakota is quite a ways away from Chicago. It's got a long ways before it would make it over there, but it's not going to go that direction anyway. We're going to have new storms that'll develop out in eastern South Dakota and parts of maybe even northeastern Nebraska towards Sioux City, Sioux Falls type of area. And those storms will eventually begin to head off throughout Iowa, where they'll eventually reorganize into a larger cluster that'll bowl on through the Chicago area a little later on. We do have some other storms out in Rockford, or in the general Rockford vicinity, or not storms, I should say, little cumulus bubbles that are trying to get going, some potential storms that could form here over the next few hours. Bob, I appreciate the kind words, my friend. I did just get my degree and I'm doing my master's as well. I don't have a favorite NFL team. The St. Louis Rams were taken from me, so. Yeah, the Bills are a fun fan base. I enjoy Bills Mafia. They're a fun group. I don't really care too much for the NFL, to be honest with you. This is definitely not occluded, by the way. That RFD is starting to show up a little bit on radar here. We could look at another round of tornado genesis soon with this storm. This might get tornado warned within the next radar scan or two. Maybe that split did happen. It looks like maybe that that left split did happen. We might get a left mover here that's trying to come away from the main storm. Did I enjoy watching Mississippi State lose the Egg Bowl every year? No, I don't. But I'll take it on the chin. I love hockey too. I'm a huge hockey fan. Go Blues. The Blues are going to be really solid this year. Trust me. A lot of young talent, a lot of good young prospects. Theo Lindstein going to be making his way into the NHL. Maybe Juracek making it onto the roster at some point for the Blues. Maybe Justin Carbonneau, probably not this year. We have so many great prospects in the Blues system right now. Plus, so many good young players. Robert Thomas. We got Dylan Holloway, Philip Broberg, Jimmy Snuggerud. So many good young players. And then we got veteran leadership like Colton Parayko. We have a great goaltending tandem, one of the best in the league. Jesse, have a great rest of your night. Predators own the Blues. They definitely do not. Hate to break it to you. Although I will say, for some reason, what's his face? Turned into a superhero against the Blues every game this year. Dude scored like 4 goals. Why am I blanking on this player from the Preds? It was bothering me. And obviously, I can't hate the Preds because you have Ryan O'Reilly. Always love Ryan O'Reilly. Yeah, we could definitely be looking at tornado genesis again soon here with this storm. I wouldn't be shocked to see a new tornado warning put on this within the next couple of minutes here. I'm sure you're happy that my Jets aren't looking great this year. Yeah, that'll be good because the Central is so tough. It's the best division in hockey right now. So, I mean, the Jets not being great helps us out for sure. 2 years ago, the Jets still broke my heart, though. That was probably the greatest choke in like NHL history, or one of the greatest chokes in NHL history. That was so funny. It was literally like comical. Like I was, like looking back on it, it's comical. In the moment, I was shattered, but like it's actually comical. We had such a good, we had just a young team that was firing on all cylinders. Just young guys just doing things. Tyler Tucker gets hurt. The Jets, we were about to take we took the President's Trophy winners to 7 games. We deserved to win the series, and then we just had the most generational choke of all time. That was crazy. That was literally crazy. Yeah, the Jackets need to hold on to Werenski, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep him. His situation's always, it's tough after what happened with Johnny Hockey. Yeah, rotation definitely starting to pick back up here with this storm. We could easily be looking at tornado genesis again soon, sometime soon with this storm. We do have John Hall still all over this, so if there is a tornado, he's probably going to know. Somebody's screaming outside my apartment complex. Like, not like screaming in like something's wrong, but just screaming, like laughing, screaming. We should probably get another tornado warning on this. Not going to lie. I would imagine that we're going to get a new one here. Yo, it's me again. Do you think it's still going to go more east? Because it looks like it's making its way towards Mission. Yeah, I mean, I do still think it's going to begin to turn at least a little bit more eastward here over time. But I mean, it's possible that it makes its way all the way down to Mission. I think it's pretty unlikely, but it's possible. I think we're going to get a new tornado warning on it here in just a minute, though, because it's looking pretty solid right now. Yeah. I mean, the dew points to the south are like in the upper 60s near Phillip. That was a while ago, though. Or I guess that's mountain time, so it really wasn't that long ago. It's like 20 minutes ago. But Yep. No. I'm with you, Adrian. Yeah, I mean, when I look at NROT here, just so you know, this is contaminated. What you're seeing here, this is not accurate. This is the part that is accurate on the left. So the one with the X in it, that's the good one. That's the one that actually counts. What you're seeing in that other circle is clear contamination here. The city named Mud Butte. Yeah. There's a lot of buttes. There's a lot of buttes out there. Cities that have a butte in it in some way. All right, we're going to get a new velocity scan in just a moment here. Should be in any second. This is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 11 minutes. Still tagged for 3-inch hail, by the way, which is kind of insane. Yeah, I don't think that we're looking at a tornado on the ground right now in terms of anything that we're seeing on radar. But definitely a storm that I would probably tornado warn, given that it already produced a tornado and it's looking pretty solid again. So do I watch basketball? Not really, no. I'm not really a big basketball fan. My issue with basketball is like I have a lot of issues with basketball, to be honest with you. Basketball is, for me, very boring because there's not a ton of creativity in the game anymore because it's mostly offense. There's not as much defense going on because players have just gotten too good at offense. It's just a giant shootout. It's just not that entertaining to me. There's not a ton of grit. There's a lot of flopping, trying to get fouls and free throws and foul guys out because they're genuinely like too good at basketball. I know that sounds stupid, but it's made the game incredibly boring. It's just back and forth. It's just a shootout. There's not a whole lot of creativity going on. That's my issue with basketball. Now, college basketball is pretty fun though, because they're not at the NBA level, obviously, where guys are just ridiculously good. Like Wembanyama, for example, is just that dude's an alien. Like, guy's not even real. Like, how do you even play against that? You can't really play against that. It's insane. Yeah, it's not incredibly tight rotation, but it's definitely there. It's there without a doubt. What's wrong with it? We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, in North Dakota. That one's going to be for Adams, Grant, and Hettinger counties for golf ball sized hail on this storm out here to the southwest of Bismarck. Yeah, I think Vandy will be all right this year for college basketball. Let's see. I'm looking at this, Adrian. Oh, yeah. It's pretty dry. It's kind of dry at the surface in the low levels. Yeah, this storm may not be surface based enough here from recent observations. So it's definitely got rotation. You can see that RFD here is really trying hard to occlude that inflow and stretch it down to the surface, but I don't know if it's going to be able to. It doesn't seem like it's very surface based. Yeah. It's a very significant cap. NBA has too many egos. Okay, we just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning put in place downstream for this one. That's because the current one's about to expire. So we do still have baseball-sized hail tagged with this storm. And this is going to be continuing to roll through Hacken County, South Dakota here. And it is still tornado possible tagged, by the way. But again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Is it time to panic? No, definitely not. But if you're in Milesville, you're definitely about to get smacked with some hail. Potentially baseball-sized hail. So make sure that you are ready for that. Yeah, the NBA has a lot of issues, in my opinion. I mean, that's just my opinion. You know, a lot of people disagree. A lot of people love the NBA, and that's fine. They're more than welcome to do that. I just personally find it somewhat unwatchable. I'm wrapping my cat in bubble wrap. That's diabolical. Yeah, we don't do the fear mongering here. That's not our thing. It's bad. It's bad for the community. It does way more harm than good in the long term. In the short term, it does a lot of good. In the long term, it does way more harm than good. We don't do any of that. We're not about that. Yeah, very, very strong storm out here in South Dakota. Again, we're in Hacken County. Weather Wisdom, have a great rest of your night, my friend. Hogwarts, I hate to break it to you. Who's going to tell? Who's going to tell him? Is that LCL heights that you're showing me, Adrian, on that most recent one? Because that looks fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we could see a severe thunderstorm warning east of Thetford here on this storm near Brewster or Almeria. Not a crazy storm. Definitely not like what we have right now in South Dakota, of course, but one that's trying to get organized, cause a couple of problems. We do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings back into Ohio right now, too. Most of these are in northern Ohio. There is a straggler down here closer to Parkersburg, West Virginia, but generally, a lot of these are just kind of some stronger storms. Nothing crazy out here. Just 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail possible with these. Definitely some pretty strong winds, though, with these storms, without a doubt. And they're continuing to push on kind of to the northeast here. So a pretty big wall of wind that's just rolling on eventually towards Cleveland right now. So something to pay attention to, just some stronger gusty winds. We still have a couple of residual pop-up storms in Arizona as well. Monsoon season is very active. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that one in La Paz and Yuma counties. And then back into Graham County, another one that is out there with up to ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. A lot of flash flooding out there. Again, monsoon season. But our main area of concern is going to be our storm near Milesville, South Dakota. That is very clearly trying to reorganize itself and potentially go through another spurt of tornado genesis. Maybe. You live near Parkersburg, West Virginia. All right. How do you like it? It's recycling. Yes, it has very much been attempting to recycle for the last 30 minutes or so. It's really trying to wrap up. And we could still see a tornado warning with this at some point here, as that RFD is really starting to occlude that inflow. And again, that would kind of pinch it off like a garden, putting your thumb over a garden hose, basically. It's got to force those winds to increase on a localized scale, increasing your inflow and your rotation in your updraft briefly. So you get a lot of brief tornadoes with those. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a tornado warning slapped onto this one. $10 miles north of Parkersburg. Nice. Nice. It's not crowded. Okay, good. Rage with Sage says, I'm about 30 minutes south of Parkersburg. Oh, how about that? A lot of folks out there in that area, huh? Interesting. People tuning in to watch the storm in South Dakota. So we're going to see what happens with this storm here. It might occlude itself and fall apart here if we don't get tornado genesis as this RFD begins to wrap up. Yeah. I'm studying to be a meteorologist. I was up till 3 a.m. watching Illinois tornado coverage last night. Fair enough. Where are you studying at? Yeah, this is definitely getting interesting down here near Milesville. Definitely getting interesting here. Very well defined hook on this guy. And again, there is still a storm chaser out there, John Hall. I mean, if this thing was producing a tornado right now, we would know from him. There's also another person out there, Julia Kaczynski, who's made it out there. You're not enrolled yet? Oh, okay. Nothing wrong with that. This is nuts. I live in southwestern Pennsylvania, and you would think I live in the Amazon rainforest. Yeah, you're going to get more rain too over the next like 2 days or 3 days. So I hate to break it to you. You're going to continue staying moist out there. Still looking at baseball-sized hail with this storm. Back into North Dakota, southwest of Bismarck, we do have another storm producing 2-inch hail. Actually up to now tennis ball-sized hail with this one. You can see a pretty significant 3-body scatter hail spike out here on the western side of this storm. So a pretty strong one out here. We can take a little volumetric look at it, and you can see a very, very towering updraft. Not the most incredible shearing on this storm, but still a very, very tall updraft here, launching those magenta 60 dBz values upwards of 40,000 feet. So a very strong storm out here. Can't X this. There we go. And of course, our main storm out here near Milesville, still tagged with baseball-sized hail. It's definitely not producing baseball-sized hail right this second, but it's cycled repeatedly and been capable of producing baseball-sized hail numerous times. There was a car wash outside just a few minutes ago. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, this thing is really trying here near Milesville, by the way. I mean, it's really trying. It's giving it its absolute best shot here. It looks like maybe this RFD is starting to pull around the front here of the storm, and that would definitely be doom for it. It's kind of hard to tell. That's what I'm looking at or not. I think maybe that's what I'm looking at here. We did get an upgrade in Arizona to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for one of those storms. You can take a look at that in a minute when it shows up for me on my radar. All right, that was the one for La Paz and Yuma counties out here in southwestern Arizona. So that one's going to be tagged for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds on here now. This is all radar indicated business. Down there in Arizona, again, that's La Paz and Yuma counties. Kind of in the middle of nowhere here. There's literally nothing out here, it seems anyway. Our Milesville storm is really trying. It's tightening up good here. I would tornado warn this without a doubt on this frame. And that inflow is going to get probably occluded off here relatively soon. So I don't think this is going to last all that long, but I would definitely tornado warn this on this frame without a doubt. Yeah, this storm did already put down a tornado a little while ago. And it really looks like this RFD is desperately trying to occlude the inflow in this storm. In fact, it may have successfully done that. We're going to see. If it was going to put down another tornado, it'd basically be like now. I'm honestly pretty surprised they didn't tornado warn this, to be 100% honest with you. But this is probably the last chance this storm has to produce a tornado. I think after this, it's probably not going to be able to recycle again. So this is kind of the last shot. If that RFD occludes it and that inflow gets cut off, we're going to be donezo with this storm. We're going to get a new velocity scan in just a second here. Should be in any second now. There it is. Okay, so slightly weakened on the latest scan. Still there, though. And it still seems like that inflow is there. I mean, it just doesn't look amazing to me in terms of the inflow on this thing, but it does have a tight couplet in there, without a doubt. Yeah, it would be, you're absolutely correct, Misty. It would be very tough to see this because the storm's producing almost no lightning at all. And obviously it's pitch black out in the middle of the night here. So John Hall, the only person in the world who would have a chance at seeing this tornado, really. Tennis ball size hail in North Dakota. Yep. Yes, there is. That's Adams, Grant, and Hettinger counties, by the way, southwest of Bismarck, which we've talked about a little bit. This storm is potentially trying to organize itself. You can see this is definitely contaminated data here. But it looks like maybe it's trying to take on a hook in some type of way. We're going to have to watch this one over the next handful of radar scans, see if it's going to try and actually do anything. This one near Milesville is the most concerning on the map right now. And this is probably its last shot at trying to put down a tornado. At least for the next little while here. The next scan is going to tell us a lot of the story here. Yeah, we're going to get that velocity scan in just a second. Those reflectivities just came in. And it's still there. It is a little bit weaker. But it is still there. Interestingly, like this updraft isn't really, the couplet's not moving much. I think this one is probably not going to be able to do it from what I'm seeing here. So that is great news, and hopefully I am right. Yeah, there's really hardly any lightning in this one in South Dakota. There's plenty of lightning on the one in North Dakota, though. Here's a look at that. I mean, plenty of lightning is an overstatement. There's a little bit of lightning in the one in North Dakota, not a lot. And there's just a little bit of lightning again on the one in South Dakota here. I mean, there's really not. We've had like 7 lightning bolts, it looks like. 6 lightning bolts, I think, in the last 20 minutes on this storm. So there's not a lot of lightning. Flash flood warnings for parts of Athens, Morgan, and Washington counties in Southeast Ohio. Yeah, there are a handful of flash flood warnings, and a lot of them are in Ohio. They're really, I mean, every single one of them is split between Ohio and Arizona right now. We have a considerable flash flood warning for Morgan and Perry counties in Ohio, and then considerable flash flood warnings for Graham and La Paz counties in Arizona. And then back into Ohio, there are I think 7 other flash flood warnings, and then one more in Arizona as well. Okay, it looks like this is going to be falling apart here. It looks like we have mostly occluded that inflow, and our rotating couplet is significantly weakening here. We do still have a very clear inflow notch and a hook echo in place, but I think this storm is probably going to be falling apart here. Yeah. I'm with you. I do think it is still probably a prolific hail producer, at least for the moment. It did rebuild that hail core. Like I said, it's done this over and over again, this storm, for the last 3 to 4 hours now. It just produces hail and then dumps it all at once and then restarts the cycle. We've watched it on the volumetric scanner multiple times. It's definitely producing above 2-inch hail with this updraft, I would say. It definitely seems to me, we're launching 60 dBZs up to 40,000 feet. It's probably producing 2-inch hail, maybe up to that baseball sized hail that it's tagged for. But yeah, it seems to me that this storm is completely done for the most part with the tornado threat for the moment anyway. And I'm going to stay with it for a few more scans. And if it continues to look like this, that is the point at which we'll end the broadcast off. We are just about to cross the 5-hour mark tonight. And then I got to go build a couch for Taylor and Lorian and then go to bed because we got an early broadcast tomorrow with a possible derecho type event. Just waiting for this last little blip to go by west of Dayton so I can sleep since things keep popping up out of nowhere. Yeah, I think things are going to be calming down a lot in Ohio. Things are going to continue to move off towards the southeast and through. And this part in northern Ohio might move through areas like Cleveland, producing some stronger winds for sure. But this main Boeing segment of storms is going to continue off to the southeast. Into Virginia, maybe even southwestern Pennsylvania. And it's going to begin to significantly weaken too over the next few hours. Joel Fisher saying, I'm in Saskatchewan, Canada, but love weather. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, so that original rotation is completely gone at this point here, and it looks very outflow dominant. It seems to me that inflow is completely occluded on the storm. I know it looks like there's a hook echo here, but for me, the storm really feels like it's on the cusp of death. I could be wrong, but that is what it feels like to me. Huh? Yep. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's trying to do a little left splitter. Now, it attempted a left splitter earlier, and it was unsuccessful. But you can see on Echo Tops, you have two distinct updrafts here. So a left splitter appears to be attempting again. And this one on Echo Tops on the earlier left splitter, we did not have a very clear established secondary updraft like that. So it looks like this storm is pretty cooked here, especially because that left splitter is going to continue to try and tear it apart a little bit here. And it really seems to me like that inflow is totally occluded. Everything is very outflow dominant here. Green, again, being towards the radar unit, and the radar is to the west of where we're at. Here's the Rapid City radar unit, or Underwood, you might call it. Matt B, 9452 with the $10 super chat. That doesn't say anything, but thank you very much, Matt B. Very, very kind. Very, very, very kind. Never required, never even requested, but always incredibly appreciated. Very grateful for supporting myself and the team. Really, really appreciate it. W Matt B. But again, the radar unit is to the west or southwest of the storm. Green means towards the radar unit. This storm, you look at its storm relative flow, everything is coming towards the radar here. It's very outflow dominant. Not really much of any inflow coming into the sky. And we're only looking at around 4,500 feet in the air on this storm because we're not terribly far from the radar unit. But yeah, Matt B, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. The warning was just shrunken down a little bit, but was maintained for baseball-sized hail. And that hail core was still looking pretty juicy. You can see it's still a pretty well-sheared environment here. It doesn't look quite as organized as it did before. You can see a bounded weak echo region still appears to be in there. But to me, this storm looks kind of dead in terms of any tornado potential here, which is obviously good news. And a clear left split is attempting to happen. We'll see if it actually happens or not, because it did attempt one earlier and was not successful. I just noticed a storm in North Dakota recently split in two, heading towards Bismarck. We'll take a look at it. You're talking about this one? I don't know if this one has this one split off. I'm going back in time right now, by the way, so I can take a look at things. Yeah, it is left splitting. You are right. That would be this other part up here. I'm not terribly concerned about this storm. It could be producing that golf ball size hail near Mott or Burt. I don't think it's going to pose a significant risk for Bismarck. Usually these left splitters don't last incredibly long. But it's definitely attempting a left split here. Something to pay attention to, definitely not anything to panic about. Yeah, this storm looks very outflow dominant. I know the presentation on radar still looks quite nice, and it looks like that left split actually failed, by the way. So it might try to recycle again, but it just seems very outflow dominant to me. I think it's pretty unlikely that this one's going to produce another tornado. I agree, man. Go build that couch. Yeah, I do need to go do that. That's you guys keep seeing me looking down. I'm texting Caleb, Taylor, and Lorian to make sure that we're still good to go for me to swing back by there and build that couch. I will say though, this updraft is still somehow quite strong in terms of producing hailstones. I mean, that's pretty insane. Very, very strong. Getting DBZ values out there around 75. Yeah. Couple of pixels hitting that 75 mark. So still a very strong storm out here in South Dakota. Yes, I do agree that this is looking like just again, a continued prolific hail producer here. Probably not going to produce any more tornadoes. Again, this did originate all the way back up here near Bowman, North Dakota. Kind of sat here for a while and then took a dive down to the south. And I do think it will eventually shift a little bit more eastward over time this evening. It's not going to be like dramatic like this arrow, but it's going to be, maybe a little bit more of a gradual shift to the east or something like this. I think makes a lot of sense for this storm, given the synoptic environment. Now, keep in mind, that's from what I forecast this morning. That's maybe not exactly how the environment resolved, but yeah, this thing just will not quit. It just keeps attempting over and over again, but I don't think it's going to be tornadic at any point. Just a big time hail producer here. over the next maybe hour or two. Maybe around an hour, I think makes more sense. Yeah. Pretty steep lapse rates, so definitely will continue to probably be a hail producer here. Should I use Streamlabs or OBS? Whatever you're more comfortable with, man. Streamlabs is a little more user friendly for beginners. OBS is really good though. They're both pretty good. I use OBS, but yeah, no. Again, this could still like have another sequence where it tries to wrap that RFD around and it's able to pinch out a brief tornado. Again, I don't think it's very likely, but I do agree with you, Dylan, in the chat. I do completely agree with you. Good night, Bob Pack Storm Chaser. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat before tonight, so I appreciate you tuning in, trusting us with your severe weather coverage. Of course, you're a storm chaser, so you probably don't need me, but appreciate you hanging out with us this evening. Still a decent amount of sin in the environment here tonight. From some of the meso-analysis that Adrian is sending me, we did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for La Paz County in Arizona. It's downstream of our original storm out here that was considerable warned, tagged with that 1-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds on there. Headed towards areas like Vicksburg or Brenda here in Arizona. Southwestern Arizona is where we're at right now. Dylan, really appreciate the kind words, my friend. Yes, that is correct, Bob. 2.5-inch hail aloft does not mean necessarily it'll be that size when it hits the ground. Absolutely correct. What if the hook tries wrapping back around in the future? Yeah, again, like I said, I think it's definitely possible that that RFD will try to wrap itself back around the backside of the storm. And at that point, it could squeeze out a brief tornado, but I don't think this is going to be one that's like a prolific tornado producer. I mean, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it would definitely surprise me. Yeah. I know it's really tough to tell. It still looks to me like this RFD has really occluded the inflow here of this storm. Like it's difficult to tell because we're a little farther from the radar than we would need to be to really have a good angle on it. But I think that the odds of this thing becoming tornadic are pretty slim. Yeah, I will be live again tomorrow morning, by the way. Probably around like 10 to 11 a.m. until maybe 5 p.m. And then I'll take a break for a few hours. Maybe I'll go live again tomorrow night if things ramp up in the Dakotas. We're going to be fighting against the cap tomorrow evening in the Dakotas. But if storms can break through that cap and really get parcels to the LFC consistently, we easily could be looking at a handful of tornadoes up in the Dakotas. So something to pay attention to. I see that skew to you sent me, Adrian. It actually doesn't look terrible. Pretty steep mid-level lapse rates. I think this thing will continue to be a hail producer for a little while. Well-backed surface winds, good support aloft. I mean, it's got a lot of the things it needs in that sounding. Braden, I had them custom made. It's all custom coded stuff. That being said, we're probably going to go ahead and end the broadcast here for the evening. Like I said, again, we're going to be live again tomorrow, morning, afternoon, maybe even in the evening. We're going to be live again Wednesday night. And we'll potentially be live again on Thursday. We're going to be live for all the severe weather. We're going to have another forecast video coming out probably pretty early on Thursday morning as well. So make sure you're staying tuned for that. Subscribing, liking. That's the number one thing you can do to support us. Commenting on our videos always helps as well. If you so desire, you can join us as a member. Never required, of course, but always appreciated. I got to go build this couch for Taylor and Lorian. But again, I'll see you guys in like less than 12 hours, really. I'll probably be live again. So stay safe out there. Hopefully this thing doesn't recycle and try to become tornadic again. Again, this is contaminated data, what you're seeing here. This might look scary. It might look like a velocity couplet, but that's all contaminated data. Nothing to be worried about for this storm in terms of on this radar scan anyway. But still producing hail, still producing up to baseball sized hail. So again, thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. We're going to see you all hopefully again tomorrow. Stay safe this evening.